Hello, and welcome to another episode of Don't Trust the Dungeon Master. My name is Alex K, and I am that Dungeon Master. Welcome to episode 60 of Arkelya. That's 60.
Nice.
We
Wow.
at recorded episode 60, but we are here at the 60. That's a lot of episodes, folks. A lot of episodes. Yay!
2 months of play.
Some of us haven't been here for the entirety of them. Some of us have been here for the entirety of them. As far as announcements,
It's been a long road, guys.
it has been a
It's been a long
road.
road.
6 years to get to this point.
And I've been there with you the whole time.
I appreciate you being here, Bugs.
As far as
I remember you
announcements
defending us
go,
during the giant necrotic explosion.
we will be down one owl tonight, unfortunately. So, and we also know that next week she will also not be available. And so, with that, there might be a possibility that we won't play next week, but we'll try. We're currently doing this plan that if 2 people can't show, then we don't play, unless it's a very important scene for a certain person. So, so at the moment, I'll not here and out this week or next week. But hey, thanks for checking in. And then check us out on Saturdays for Primerus Paradox tomorrow, 4:30. Okay.
Hey, stop mentioning other games now, man.
It's
our game.
Every announcement, I
That's
talk
what
about the
Josh-
other Don't Trust the Dungeon Master episodes. Okay, so you can check out Primerus Paradox on Saturdays, and you can check out Arkelya on Fridays. It's in the little blurb in the bottom right corner on the stream.
What if I can't read? Why would you do that?
That's not my fault.
Viewers can't read, huh?
That's not my fault.
All right. So yeah, that's. Is there any announcements? Any of the 5 present players would like to share right now?
No.
Well, I did get a promise that next week I'm going to have DTW and Potato using webcam. So, and then maybe
If
Domo
I'm
will use his
next
as well. Maybe Petite will use his as
Domo.
well. We'll find out. But next week we're going to have at least
Domo.
DTW and Potato. So.
Huh?
Don't
Yeah.
know.
That's assuming potatoes here.
That's
well, we're not
Domo's
playing next
arigato to you, sir.
Okay, so, right, well, gosh, do I just want to do a lucky roll just to screw everyone over and have them do the recap of last episode, or I don't want to do it? I guess I'll bail you guys out. So, let's see, last episode of Arkelya. It started off with Navrosi in a heated argument with our boy, Thoric. And we quickly learned kind of a little bit about their history with one another. Navrosi and Thoric come from the same temple under the Undermountain. And, she is accusing of Thoric of not only abandoning his post at the temple, but also stealing items from the reliquary. And Thoric doesn't really dispute either of these claims, but rather rebuttals back to her saying why is she blind to still serve the powers that he used to serve in the past. The two are heated with each other for a bit before she realizes that she's not going to be able to crack him and get what she wants. And what does she want? She wants one of the items that he stole from the reliquary, a necklace belonging to her sister, Sasha. Both Thoric and her had close ties with this Sasha, and her loss stunned both of them personally, but Thoric happened to have relinquished that item into his possession, and Navrosi has tracked him down to get the item back. She gave him the opportunity to return it to her without any problems, and he refused. So then she proclaimed a duel to him, saying, hey, go to the western bank of Lake Alea, and I will duel you there at sunset for the item. Thoric initially dismisses this challenge, saying that he has no need to prove himself, but she seems relatively confident that he will arise, because if he doesn't, she cannot guarantee what she'll do next against him or the people that he's traveling with. And then she leaves based on that threat. At that point, our druid, Lumi, in the shape of a mule, arrives with Doma on the pizzas, and ultimately all the pizzas arrive back to Lemir's Emporium, except one of them does fall on the ground there and is disserviceable at the very end. The 4 outside individuals, Lumi, Doma, Ikal, and Thoric, then head back into Lemir's Emporium, where they distribute the delicious food to everyone else, and they start talking about the situation with which Thoric had just revealed to Ikal. So the entire party then learns about this drow woman, her history with Thorak, and her proclamation of challenge to gain the right of the necklace, effectively. The party kind of debates if they should do it or shouldn't do it, and ultimately Thorak says that he's going to duel her. There's a couple of things on his mind. She'd be a problem if he doesn't deal with it right now, and something else is just bugging him about her in the first place, but he agrees that he'll go do it. And the party decides that they'll follow him just to make sure no shady business happens. While we are waiting, because we had about an hour before sunset was going to occur, we learned that Lorlena's spell succeeds, the one they were helping design a couple hours earlier. And with this new spell added into the Arcanum of Arkelya, the party was given the opportunity to record this spell into their own spell books, which Baldric said that he would do when he has time. Unfortunately, it's going to take him 10 plus hours to record the spell in his spell book, and with the whole duel happening, he can't do it this moment, but he'll return later and stay up all night to write that spell into his spell book, adding Lemir's Lofty Lounge into his capabilities. At that point, the party then decides to follow Thorak to head towards the Western Bake, where Nevrosi is present, and the two of them get into a small little argument before finally they draw their weapons and enter said duel. In this duel, there is a lot of... how do we want to phrase this? A lot of clashing of ideals between Thorak and several voices and conversations he's having in his head. Or is he having them in his head? Seems like it's in his head. Maybe it's not in his head. It depends on your interpretation of the events that happen. There's also a conversation that he has with potentially the battle spirit of Nevrosi, or maybe, as I always like to refer to it, a conversation of the blades between one another, where Thorak learns some interesting facts about Nevrosi's perspective. But at this point, this junction between the old traditional ways back at the Temple of Eternal Flame, represented by Nevrosi, and then the Thorak's new path, which is going towards darkness, he is given to a very interesting junction to decide what kind of person he wants to be. And he resists temptation throughout the fight to pick one side heavily over the other, despite the pleads and demands of one side urging him to definitely utilize certain mechanics that he has earned. For some reason, Thorak rebels against this idea at this crux moment and does not rely on the darkness that he's basically been starting to learn after he's left the temple. He's found a middle ground that he finds acceptable, coming to some enlightenment or realization that this should be acceptable, and in doing such, he manages to find the right angle to win the duel. It was looking really harrowing for him for quite some time, him and her both on not quite death's edge, but unconscious edge. But in the end, Thorak manages to overcome. Despite all these problems, he manages to beat Nevrosi in the conflict. Of which the party revives her, or rather actively resuscitates her, and, shame she was about to pack her things up and head back, where Thorak reveals to her that he'll give her the necklace. For some reason, he decides that now is the appropriate time to do it.
Okay, so why did you have to say for some reason at so many points? There's clearly a
it's
reason.
just not what I was expecting in all these situations, so for some reason, he decided to do it. Is he a good person? Nah. There's some internal conflict over there. Anywho, he gives the amulet back, making the duel moot. For the whole point. But Thorak has come to a better understanding about himself and the world at large, or at least is on a path that he finds more acceptable. And so Nevrosi is heading back towards the Temple of Eternal Flame with the amulet in tow, and seeing a different side of Thorak that she hasn't seen. Her ideology challenged to quite a capacity. Thorak does request that she keeps the temple alive, as he intends to go get a legendary weapon and come back with it with the aim to save all the lives of the temple, and that he hopes that she can help stall enough time to allow him to do that. Doma also decides to heal both Thorak and Nevrosi, which is a shock to the drow after the conflict, of course. And then he just runs back to the group, letting her to resume her travels back in the Undermountain with 16 hit points. So good luck to her. Hopefully she doesn't get ambushed by monsters and dies, right? So after the heavy duel between Nevrosi and Thorak, the party decides that it's time to get some rest, and so they head back to the Zastira estate to get a reprieve. Baldric begrudgingly heads to Lemir's Emporium to write the spell that he was agreed to write into a spell book, Lemir's Lofty Lodge. There's a couple more interactions that we had where Akal talks to Lumi a little bit, questioning about Lumi's interpretation, being that Lumi is a druid, and Akal recognizes that nature is magic. And Akal, also knowing that his homeland uses nature as magic to a heavy degree, Akal wanted Lumi's perspective of how arcane and natural magics mesh together, and can they exist in some kind of symbiosis. And Lumi is quite confused by the inquiry, thinking that they're basically the same thing, but for some reason Akal, based off of conversations he's heard with Baldric, thinks that there's a divergence between the two. So it doesn't quite get what he's looking out of Lumi, but thinks that maybe if he has some more articulated individuals that he could explain his conversation at a later time with Lumi. And then we do have a conversation about how are things going between Evelyn and Roderick as they were kind of preparing to go to sleep that night, and as Evelyn was basically dressing down to get into her loungewear, she recognized that the item that her mother gave her, the crystal with the white fawn lily inside of it, had been damaged. Presumably damaged when she was walking to the duel with the rest of the party. I'm not sure what ill omens that means, and too tired to dwell on it at this moment, she decides that she'll go to sleep and think about the next morning. But clearly there are omens afoot. And then finally, the last real relevant scene that we happened to have in our last episode was Baldric back at Lemir's Emporium, spending hours burning candlelight away, where he heard an object fall inside the shop. Deciding to go investigate, seeing he was the only one there, he finds that a book had fallen off the shelf. Picking up the book, he learns that the book is titled Celestial Bodies, and he begins to peruse the volume, learning that it is about astronomy and how constellations and themes in the heavenly sky above interact with the arcane and natural world around you. After getting a decent read out of it, he puts the book back on the shelf and gets a static shock, which alarms him, but before he gets too complicated on it, it spawns an idea in his head about other celestial creatures, or rather celestial creatures specifically, and he thinks about the 3 betrayer angels and wanting to know more about them, and decides to cast legend lore on one of the angels, the one angel they know the least about, Marin. And as he casts legend lore, the spell that helps him identify creatures of significant political, religious, or historical importance, he recognizes that something out there has attempted to hide information on Marin. But lucky for Baldric, he finds a way to gather enough of the clues, and he gets a vision of sorts, where he's transported to a frigid, ice-cold plain, and there he sees the aftermath of a great battle between giant creatures, and their corpses just lined in the ice and heavy blizzard around them, as well as their weapons and implements of war scattered in the field around them. And as he moved to the center of a very massive valley that's frigid cold, hypothermia bad cold, he finds one angelic individual in plate armor kneeling down in the very center, not moving, as if a statue. His camera floated around the individual, seeing no odd interactions with this person, just seeing that that person is kneeling there. Unsure what any of that means, the camera spell goes to the clouds and fades, and Baldric's back inside Lemir's Emporium. He recognized that after he exited that spell, that there was actually a frigid atmosphere inside Lemir's Emporium after that effect, where he saw condensation with his own exhales. He himself was physically chilled, and even his tea or coffee that he was drinking was also cold to the touch after experiencing that Legend Lord spell. Being spooked by all the omens that he's heard from the other party members, and then the ones he's experienced himself, and now seeing a creature that probably one he shouldn't have seen at that point in time, he decides to regale all the events that he has encountered thus far as a safety net to Mr. Hoots in the event that he somehow gets an assassin's blade in his back tonight. Mr. Hoots could at least alert the party about the things that he's encountered, seeing that these are crucial pieces of information. At that point, Baldric then resumed writing the spell, and that's where we left after our previous episode. Technically, Baldric would be in Lemir's Emporium for numerous hours ahead, copying spells into his spell book. Of course, since Baldric's not here, we're not going to really focus on that at this point in time, and then we would have gone to the camera to the rest of you guys, which you all should be asleep or sleeping at this point in time. And now that we have a new session and with a slight little bit of pacing opportunity here, I'll just give it an extra opportunity for anyone. Was there anything that anyone kind of wished they would like to do at the eve of last night before they went to sleep? Sounds like most of you got that done, but I just want to give the opportunity again, since we now have a full session available to us. Anyone?
Yep. I want to do a better recap. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, well, so with that in mind, then you guys did go to sleep, and then we would have, during the dreams of the night, Thoric, you definitely have some bizarre dreams this evening.
Fucking hell.
Yes.
He wishes I had a webcam right now.
I'll react.
Thoric, as you have rested your head against your pillow and your mind is thinking about the numerous things that you encountered in a day and a lot of other things that you've encountered in your life, eventually the darkness of sleep claims you. And in that darkness, eventually you hear, don't see, but you hear something talking to you, something upset with you. Why, Thoric? Why would you abandon me?
What? Who are you? Reveal yourself.
Do you not even recognize my own voice?
I said, reveal yourself.
Blind as always. Everyone gives you everything, and all you do is run.
He's gonna assume he's standing in like sort of dark area.
It's just black. There is no vision at all to you right now. You see nothing. You don't feel your body. It's pitch black. Like
his eyes.
now I would have to work on the webcam fatigue. It would have been nice to. Oh my god! I'll fix that after the scene. So at this point, you see nothing, and there's no lights, and you can't even see your own body. It's a dream. You were certain you were asleep, and there's that kind of lucid quality where you feel like I'm not actually in my physical form right now. You're like aware of that, right? But something's talking to you in this point in time. So despite that, you don't see anything, but you're talking with something. So I'll give you that.
You have no idea how many people have said those words to me already.
I gave my life for you. And then you left me there to rot.
A lot of people did.
And then she came, representing the very light that you and I both hate. And you wouldn't use all gifts against her.
What? What the hell are you speaking about? There's no gifts. All I have, I earned myself. I've trained hard, practiced well. I serve no being other than myself. There's no us. It's only me.
There is a frigid cold that you feel. You feel a cold starting to encapsulate this version of you. Can I have you make a Constitution saving throw? Actually, it won't be con, because... Can you make...
So I have a good stat in there, yeah, got it.
Yeah, it's not because of that. I was going to make it con because it makes sense because it's going to be cold damage, but you're not in a physical form. So, I guess that's going to be intelligence. Can you make an intelligence saving throw?
Jokes on you, that one's good too. Oh, that's nice. Intelligence is going to be up 18.
Okay. Alright. This cold feels like it saps at your intellect. It feels like it's sapping at your identity. But you manage to shrug off what you think would be the worst of the effects. It stings nonetheless. You feel pain, like a migraine. It hurts. There's a ringing in your ear, but you manage to shrug it off. You're not like crippled. But it still is cold in this environment.
I'm gonna
Gave
pat
you
myself.
everything. I sacrificed myself to the flame.
Arkin? What? How? Where are you? What the hell are you?
And you refuse to see. You refuse to act. You're just as goody two-shoes as you were back then. You don't care. You are laughing just like the rest of them. I shouldn't have done it. Let's see how
Reveal
far
yourself.
you get without me. And then you wake up in a cold sweat.
Okay.
And there's a numbness on your right hand right now. A tingling
I'll look
in
at
your
it.
fingers. It's as if like you were sleeping on your limb for too long. It feels like there's that kind of like pulse and static like in the nerves of your right hand.
Fucking hell.
He's gonna get up. Gonna get out of bed. Sort of just sit on the bed for a while, contemplating what just happened. He's gonna reach into his bag, pull something out, and then head outside
Alright.
of his room.
So
He's
you're
gonna look up and down the hallway.
it's
There's
dark.
probably
It's
no one there.
early morning, like 2 a.m. You've been sleeping for like maybe 3 hours, 4 hours, right? There's not dawn yet. And there's no staff running around. It's just quiet in this massive manor you're in right now. Quiet. Quiet and dark.
He's gonna go over to either a living room. I don't know. There's lots of space. I assume there's like a not a campfire. What do you call it? One of those
Hearth?
fires.
Camp-
Fireplace.
Yeah, fireplace or
Fireplace.
hearth. Yeah.
He's gonna go over to a large living room or a fireplace somewhere. It's probably gonna be not lit. He's gonna look around. No one's there. He's gonna sit there staring at the blank, just not quiet, cold fireplace. And he's gonna look at the thing he pulled out of his bag. He's gonna get the torch, the eternal torch that's not so lit anymore.
Okay. It's a piece of wood that has etchings put into it. You can kind of feel it with your finger. There's runes that have been carved into this implement. But it's an inanimate object. It provides no warmth. There's nothing beyond that. It just feels like a stick that's at room temperature. But it's in your hands, and your fingers just kind of rotate it in your palm.
He's gonna wiggle it a bit, squeeze his hand a couple of times. Obviously nothing happens. Just gonna stare at it.
Ever-burning torch, huh? Eternal flame. Were you mocking me? What are you? What are you doing? You, I'm talking to you. Thorak. Fucking idiot. After all that's happened, you go and do this. After you've finally been set free, after all they've done, you go and make another fucking promise. As if you haven't broken enough already.
He's gonna throw the torch into the fireplace.
Which is not lit right now. It's currently...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just there's nothing. It just flops down there. No flame, nothing.
Okay. And so there's that cleaning of wood against wood. And your dark vision's proficient enough that you can see that it's resting there.
I believe I have a cantrip for this. I have to check my sheet. Control flame, I believe, is very applicable here. Let me just... Terrible time to look up fucking how this works. I do have control flames. Does that let me start a fire?
I don't think it lets you start a fire. I think it lets you augment a fire that's in flux.
You can make it pretty colors.
Okay. Yep, you cannot start a flame with it. He's
Well,
gonna
you can
try
extinguish
nonetheless. He's gonna try nonetheless. He's gonna focus on his magic. The whole
In worst
process.
case scenario, you would know that there would be like a physical means to start a fire next to the fireplace itself, right?
Yeah, I think this is more applicable to what he's doing right now. All his life, all his background has been an eternal flame. Now he leaves finally, and even the torches aren't lit, and he has nothing. His power, the magic to control flames, is useless because there are no flames.
Should I have listened? What if she was right? What if Karim's still there? What if that thing was Karim? How could I know? Ugh.
There's a feeling in your stomach, like it's not quite hunger, but that's like the closest you can relate to it, like a hole in your sternum, where your organs would be, right?
It's all his fault. All the goddamn fault. That fucking deity they all worship. They waste their efforts praying for nothing. No one ever thinks for themselves anymore. And here I am doing the opposite, and look where it's led me.
Suddenly he's gonna twitch a bit, and he's gonna look around.
Yeah, right, look where it's led me. Talking to myself in the dark, in front of a fire.
He's gonna get up.
A fireplace.
He's gonna start leaving, going back to bed. Before turning towards the torch one more time, he's gonna mage hand pick it up. He's gonna keep it with him.
Okay.
He'll start going back towards his chambers.
Nothing stops you. It's a quiet, empty house. Very big, very lavish. And there's an emptiness in that space, the negative space with how big this place is. You know this could hold like a whole garrison of troops, right? How big this estate happens to be, and that because of how wide the hallways are, just makes that emptiness feel even more contrasted, right? You get back to your bed chambers. You close the door, and there's the bed you were in a moment ago. The sheets are kind of like thrown to one side as you got up in a haste.
He's gonna get a bit of water from his water skin, wash his face, and...
Well, there's like a canteen, like like a vase or a pitcher of water that's in the room, so you could just pour yourself some fluid, splash on your face if you want. There would be a washing basin.
I'm gonna go do all that, take a very, very deep breath, and try and sleep again. And that's it.
Takes you a while, but you do eventually get back to sleep. But no other unusual dreams from me. You are free to do them to yourself if you wish to, but nothing that I would narrate to you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's it.
All right. So morning comes. Dawn peeks through the windows, past the blinds for all of you, and starts entering and filtering its way into the room. And the smell of breakfast starts permeating down the hallways and gets your guys' stomachs growling, and that gets your guys awake. And each and every one of you eventually find yourself regaining consciousness, the long rest complete. Congratulations, your spell slots are reset, all that stuff. Except for one old man who's still up right now, technically. And
The sleepy boy.
And so he, from his perspective, he's got serious bags under his eyes, and he's just kind of like nodding off as his hands just like autopilot. He's not even like paying attention to it. But yeah, so you guys are in this Astera state. Morning comes, and to help expedite, you guys would gather yourselves, head to one of the areas to eat. There's numerous tables to eat at here, right? So you find one that there's like where the staff would kind of encourage you to be, right? And so you would be at like one dining room table where they're kind of like offering you to get like porridge or, you know, small grains or whatever would be for your relative diet choice that you'd like to have. If you want meat, it's a fancy breakfast, right? So whatever your character would like to have, they either will cook it now or they will quickly fetch it for you. And over like half an hour, one by one, you would all kind of group up there at the spot. Some of you groggy, some of you not groggy, as the effective collective gets together, all missing just one old man, Baldric. So all of you, including Lumi, are currently at the table right now. And you're kind of finishing the end tail of the meal now. So you've been up, you know, roughly about an hour approximately as your meal is kind of coming to a close. And Evelyn's mom, Nira, is not present, so it's just you group with occasionally Sophia coming in. Chauncey is not currently inside this state at this exact moment. And so, yeah, it's your guys' game. You are free to converse with yourselves. You are free to move in the direction you see fit.
So, what are the immediate thoughts, everyone? I feel quite rested myself.
I get surprised they say that for once.
Oh, you didn't decide to get covered in some sort of weird goo this time?
I mean, no, but if next time I can, you know, share my experience with you if you like.
No, I am perfectly fine, trust me. I slept wonderfully.
Oh, you never slept until you slept in goo.
I will leave the
Please.
the extravagant opportunities to you, my friend.
Of course, I'm always willing to share. Always.
Oh, I will keep that in
Anytime,
mind in
anytime.
case I would like to experience whatever that was.
Yeah.
But we.
I'm sure
had the
Lumi's
most-
looking probably confused at whatever the heck this conversation is.
No, he's staring into his cup, wondering what this dark liquid is. The dark, hot drink that he was given.
Oh,
It smells good, I'll
Right.
tell you that. It smells good.
Don't lie.
do you know what that
Try
is, Lumi?
Oh no, I was distracted. Sorry. What were we talking about? Goo in beds?
Yes.
Goo beds?
Yes. One of our compatriots here had a bit of a incident, and his sleep was interrupted by a ill omen.
Yeah.
We'll call it.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's
But-
understandable, I suppose. But you know, well,
Yeah. It was a thing. But that you'll see like a call like looks over and
Literally
he
fish
checks
that man's soul out of the astral.
what's in the cup.
It's coffee. Presumably the boxes were making it be coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, that is coffee. It's well, it's okay. I'm not a fan myself, but it's okay.
What's it made out of?
Coffee.
beans.
Oh, it's like a bean soup then.
No, it's just a
I
drink.
mean, no. If you think about it, that is what that is. If you think about it,
Think more like bean tea.
It's more like a
If that-
bean
It's-
broth.
isn't tea just hot leaf juice or a hot leaf soup?
Yeah, that's just hot bean juice. So for tea.
Hot leaf juice?
Just try it, see if you like it. It might be
The
your style.
quiet taste.
Oh, I already have tried it. I
Oh,
like it a lot.
well, that's good to know. I mean, we can get some coffee beans while we are in the town. It's not too hard to make it. We could make it while we travel.
Evelyn would chime in. You are allowed to add extra things to it, like milk, honey, sugar, to make it more appealing if you don't like that as straight.
You can do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone told me that you have to drink it like it is or it's not good.
Who told you that?
They said you take it black or not at all. I
Who
was
said
That's
that?
an extreme way to view the world.
I don't know. It was. I might have been. I think it was the man who sold me the ladder for
He
fishing.
definitely did not, you lying son
know
of a bitch.
You know what?
Not even gonna let that one float downstream. No, denied.
What do you mean?
Maybe sugar would actually make it taste better. It's very bitter.
Yeah. Still not my type of thing, but
Evelyn would move
Each
like
your
these
own.
little like saucers that have like one's like got sugar in it, and one's got like like a little bit of dairy in it, and she moves it towards you, Lumi, like inviting you to sample the finer options available for coffee drinking.
Lumi looks utterly horrified because he's been pinching like a small amount of sugar and just eating it raw. Like he thought that was one of the dishes here. He's like, oh, this is actually good. I love this sweet taste. He likes it. He likes that by itself, just sugar. that appeases him.
addiction begins.
Yeah, he just encountered freaking confectionery.
He doesn't eat meat
sugar
though.
for the first
Lumi is a
time.
vegetarian. He's a little freak.
You see a call take the sugar pile and start to kind of like dump it into some coffee, and then he dumps some more,
Might want to.
and some more,
Hey,
and then
Nicole, what
he
you need?
sets it down.
Jesus Christ, the
That's-
sugar's
that's a
appearing at
lot.
the top.
Yeah, that's a.
He takes a
I don't
sip,
even
and there's
think
like
you can mix
there's
that.
like a line of sugar like on his lip because of how much is in the coffee.
Rob, your eyes twitched looking at it. Are you
Did not
alright?
help. That did not help.
Well, I'm pretty sure you mostly just.
You know, I
drank
think I
sugar.
prefer it normal.
The main benefit to coffee is that it helps wake you up in the morning. That's the main drive for it.
You don't just wake up in the morning anyway.
It helps wake you up if you are tired.
Sometimes I wake up in the night, in the day, in the evening.
Just means whenever you go to sleep, you then wake up. It makes sense to me.
Are we Thoric, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just haven't slept well, that's all.
You recover quickly.
Very
He's
true.
gonna look at his arms and legs.
I suppose so. I've been through a lot of worse. This was nothing.
I suppose Lumi, you'll see, because Thoric's not sleeping in his armor, he's not a lunatic. He'll be in sort of common clothing, which may reveal his forearms and his fucking upper forearm, what do you call that? Below the shoulder. And you'll see he's
Bicep,
Bicep. Bicep.
yeah,
Tricep.
biceps, triceps, yeah, that what the teeth is showing, exactly. He's completely littered with scars. Like tiny cuts, big cuts, bites, claw marks, things you can't even identify. And that's only on the parts you can't see.
Yeah, I've had worse.
How about emotionally?
Oh, boy.
He's gonna just look at you, just tilt his head a little, thinking about what he just went through yesterday.
He's not making eye contact necessarily.
Evelyn rubs her forehead and then kind of clears her throat. Speaking of people that are tired, I think Baldrick's probably really tired. Maybe we should go stop by.
I'm
Do we-
sure he's fine.
Do we have an idea of what we're going to be doing today, by the way? Well,
I
we
have
do-
one if
Need to head to the western states. There are things we could do in Windheim while we're here before we head out.
I just
Well,
think. Go ahead.
No, not for you.
Oh, I was going to say just the only thing I can think of is General Turin is the only one I would say we go speak with to secure the teleportation rights if we go south.
Yeah, I was gonna mention depends on how long Baldrick would need to inscribe the spell.
It's true.
Well, I was thinking that we would maybe stop by the library. We went through all the trouble to get rights to go into it. Now that we have been given that by the High Scholar, we could opportunize on that while we can.
Was there something you wanted to research in specific, Evelyn?
Me? Oh, jeez. Nothing's really immediately coming to mind. Maybe some of you all have good ideas of topics that we should discuss. So I've had a long night. I've been thinking a lot about them. Yeah. Fuck you, by the way.
No, Evelyn, we insist.
Well, all right.
Holy.
I can't really think of anything off the top of my head that I would like to research. But
She looks at you agape. I can't believe it. I, the DM, can't believe it. Whatever. All right. Disappointed. You know that Hercules? I'm disappointed. That's literally what I'm. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
what the Doma, Roderick, Thorek?
Something to research.
Yes.
Well, I was hoping Lumi over here could take a look at the acorn, but other than that, I don't know what I would need to research in particular.
By the way, I've never tried to talk to the seed. I've done a sapling, and also another warning: me and plants don't get along too well. They have a very, I have a differing of opinion. I often find myself fighting with them.
May I ask what do you differ in opinion with plants?
You know, just try to imagine what you would have in common with a plant.
So, now I will.
Stationary?
I would alert the following. Maybe you're not aware of this, but Lumi, you've been around the block a bit with Druidism. A seed is not technically a plant yet, so
He said he's never tried with a seed.
So
It probably
yeah,
wouldn't work.
there would be a good hunch that even if you try to, you're not going to be able to communicate with this object.
But Lumi is the type of guy to at least spend the slot trying.
It's a try,
for the-
sure. Okay, I wanted to give you that opportunity before the spell slot was spent, but in good faith, eager to prove himself as a valuable asset to Heartseeker, Doma pulls out his little seed that's similar to the shape of an acorn.
It's a beautiful little acorn.
It's not literally an acorn, but it looks like an acorn. It kind of fits in the palm of your hand. It's kind of closer to the size of a walnut, really, than an acorn. But nonetheless, it's kind of shaped like an acorn. Nonetheless, he presents you this object, of which you then said, I imagine
before you do that.
take... Oh, never mind. Roderick's interfering. What's going on?
Before you do that, just a curious question: what conversation do you have with plants? Like, what is their perspective? I
Well,
guess?
so I
just
mean,
out of
you're just asking. You're like
curiosity.
an out of character. I mean, so plants have a very limited field of perception.
I'm asking character, but yeah,
Yeah, it's a
Just
very.
asking Lumi.
It's a very.
that's Lumi.
Oh, you're literally asking. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Lumi. Yeah, literally asking you, Lumi.
Oh, perhaps I'm just not patient enough with him. But it's like speaking to with like a sloth, but 100 times slower, 100 times less aware, and I often get annoyed. Though where I'm from in my grove, there was someone who specialized in talking to plants, and they had a good relationship with them. I could never do it.
Okay, thank you.
Interesting.
I will clasp my hands underneath the walnut-sized seed of indiscernible quality and species, and I will bring it up to my ear and go, "Tell me your stories." And I will cast speak with plants, but
as detailed, and
yes.
there is no voice from the seed.
No!
You see a call like waiting, like
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Rodder's curious too.
Well, it's either extremely shy or too young to speak.
I don't know if planting it will help.
it probably would. I mean, seeds do grow into plants.
Yeah, but we're supposed to plant it your fancy grove.
It's Quatage Grove.
I mean, it was.
It was a big city.
It's not like you would know. You weren't alive when it fucking fell. So,
I mean, I know.
and the
it was a big
stories
city.
are oral traditions that are passed through the millennia. So certain things like that probably haven't lasted through the tales. So,
Grove Street, home. At least it was.
but but your initial statement, there was a city. There was literally a city. Like there are stories and parallels of like these massive stone dwellings. So you got an idea. That's, I mean, Grove is maybe not as likely.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, hopefully we can get there and plant it. I mean, this is the intention. Well,
It's a shame.
That didn't go well, but
You know, I have more questions regarding this whole speaking to plants and things now.
yeah.
Yeah.
What
So,
about?
can you speak to the animals too?
Well, yes, I could cast that as well if I needed to.
Okay, so this goes into like a bigger question here. So, how do you eat food then?
Mostly berries, and I've been eating the bread there and the sugar there. And
They
that's
scream when you chew.
What?
What?
Oh, I've never eaten a plant while I can speak to it.
Oh my god. They scream when you chew.
I mean, most things you eat, whenever you eat them, they're already dead, right? So, like,
That's not true for plants.
No, that's not true for plants. Yeah,
well, what do you mean?
Even if you
you
cut
can
off
still
a
plant
leaf,
them and they'll
it's
grow
still
again.
technically-
So they're still.
Yeah.
I lean down to the nearest jam while I still have speak with plants on, and I ask it if it can hear me.
The jam is dead.
Okay, as a DM ruling here, so we don't go down this spiral staircase forever. Jam is no longer a plant, so
Thank God.
it's technically an object. It's no longer a creature. So no,
How could that
no
not-
voice. There's no choir of suffering that you hear of go. "Abba!" There's nothing like that happening.
Someone butchered this jam.
Well, that's a relief, I suppose.
Oh my frick.
By the way, I've held my tongue to some extent because you've been kind enough to allow me to come with you. But I am more inclined to want to go to the western states. That is where my journey wants to take us.
Any place in particular there, or just
No, but
general?
I was told that if I follow that path, it should lead to my friend Pine, and hopefully the one who had done this to us.
I understand. Well, all roads lead to Westwind. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Evelyn looks at you and she just shakes her head left to right.
I mean, if no one else has anything to say, I mean, we could go get Baldric and then go speak to Hygienotera and then get on the road.
What about the library?
That was a thing, but I don't have anything to research. And if nobody else does, I mean, then that was that. Maybe Baldric would have something.
Yeah, maybe
he would
Baldric has
want to
something.
research.
Baldric will definitely want some time in there. The rest of us can. I'm sure there's lots of locked away hidden knowledge. Perhaps you'll find some more information about Kulataj or the Undermountain.
No, I think that the Lundi would definitely know about
Well, Master Ori definitely knew about that
nothing,
fallen city in the desert. What makes you think they don't know anything about Kulataj?
Well, I'm sorry. I meant Master Ori would probably know about what everything in the library would be about Kulataj. He's been researching it for many years. It would make sense that he would poured over every tomb that's in the library.
I
That
suppose.
would make sense.
Well, yeah.
What about you, Doma? Maybe there's more of your kind written in there. Weren't you looking for more of them? Sorry.
Pardon me. We've looked before and not found anything. Apparently, they're exceedingly rare. But we can again if we go. I'll look.
In that library? In the locked away place? My memory fails me. I thought we've only just been
Not
permitted entrance.
in general. We've looked a lot, but you're right. It could be there.
Yes, it was the restricted section we could get access to now. So topics that we thought maybe were taboo, we would have access to.
Like what?
Taboo topics, you say? I look at Roderick. Knowledge.
That would, for example, call less like that, like the creatures that Roderick would be tied to, if we wanted to learn more about that, or its siblings.
I see.
Well, it's definitely.
Maybe
At
some
the very
info on-
least, we should spend some
Yeah.
time there looking. Who knows what you might find?
Yeah.
Well, then we go get Baldric. We speak to the High General, and then we go to the library. And after we are done there, we get on the road. Agreed?
And,
Absolutely.
Sounds like a decent
Here's-
plan to me.
here's hoping the general doesn't try to rope us into something immediately.
No, we are not going to Ordelka. That is,
But
we
I
are
kind of
willing
want to go to Ordelka.
I mean,
Like, I want to know what, like,
but time scale permitting, I don't know if we can.
So yeah, it's
not
no
right
action.
now, but at some point.
If we get around to it, yes. But with what is going on in the western states, and we need to go south to Dragoon, and then on top of that, we have Thoric's people who are actively dying. It is not good. Not good for timing.
Yeah, unless we get stuck. Never mind.
I mean, I guess we'll have to take it one step at a time. If we get
Yeah.
stuck in the western states, then everything is moot anyway. So we may as
Yeah.
well just worry about what's in front of us. So,
Shall we?
yes, I am done eating. I'll take some of this jam extra.
Roger take an extra piece of bread and eat it on the way.
It's like a piece of bread hanging out of a call's mouth as he's like got scoops of jam.
Alright. So, you guys get up, dismiss yourselves, gather your belongings. As you go back to your rooms, get dressed, clean up, right? And in like half an hour, you guys are now down at the front door where you then regroup and then leave the Zastira estate to head to Lemir's Emporium, is what it sounds like, right?
Yes.
Alright, so you're in the Aurora district, you're in the Verdant Rose, you go by all these lush estates, and then you get to the gate where there's a couple guards present. You go past the Tribune there, and you are now on the streets, and you can see the massive spires of Windheim of varying heights, and you make your way through like kind of the side roads, not the main road, under the high road that divides the Aurora district and the Aura district. You go under one of the little shunt tunnels there, and you end up in the Aura district, which is very easy to get to Lemir's Emporium because it's right in the center. So you pass by a couple of the other, like, you know, odds and ends shops that exist there, like Fun and other things like Real and Chance. And then you eventually do get into Lemir's Emporium, of which the door is closed, but you guys have the password permission still that allows you access. And so after trying the doorknob, or well, knocking, there's no immediate response. You then try the doorknob, and you're granted access inside the store, of which it's empty. Relina does not appear to be home at the moment, or there right now. But you make your way over to the little like side door where it still is present, and there is some candlelight coming over there. And as you kind of peek your heads inside, you do see Baldric, and he is almost asleep, but he's still somehow holding on, still inscribing into his book right now.
What an utterly driven fellow.
So
He's
driven.
very driven.
So driven. Oh, hello. Good morning. Oh, it's morning, isn't it? Oh, it's been quite a day.
Yeah.
I hope you all appreciate the work I do for all of you, because I am very tired, but almost done. Almost done. I decided to add an extra spell into my book here while I was cracking away, but I still am going to need a couple hours before I do complete.
It takes
Absolutely.
that long?
2 hours per spell level, and Lemir's Lofty Lounge is a 5th level, so that's 10 hours minimum, and you guys have only been gone for about 9.5. And then the other spell I want to add was a 2nd level spell, so that's an extra 4. So I have about another 4.5 hours worth of work to do.
That takes way too much time. Why would you do that?
You see he's kind of like grinding his teeth just a little bit as he shoots daggers at you. Yes.
I mean,
Maybe
why-
you'll be
I-
thankful for the effort I give to everyone.
I mean, I've never seen Evelyn or Roderick do it. Why do you have to do it?
I don't count.
Yes, I don't know exactly how the magic works so greatly. You're supposed to study, and study takes time. Planning, right, Roderick? You plan for things.
Oh,
Of course. But can't plan for everything.
Is there something you need of me, or are you just checking in? And otherwise, I'll just keep hitting these books here for another 4 hours, and then go take a nap, I suppose.
we were just coming to get you. We thought maybe you would be done. I don't know. We are going to go speak to the High General, and then we're going to access the restricted library, and then get on the road.
Really, we're gonna... Could we just spend one night here? Perhaps let me recuperate, because I used magic to get us here, right, very quickly, and I've used magic to look into the ancient and beyond for us back in Veneer, and I've also used that spell again last night to look into the ancient and beyond. Yes.
But how did that go? What did you find? Ancient and beyond things?
Yes. Concerning, well, I don't know. I decided to look into the one celestial creature that we have basically no knowledge about. So we are aware about Nidal, and we are aware about the Vault, and we have an idea of where they've been on a timeline, at least somewhere, right? Ever since the betrayal of Annual, and then post that, they at least had one occurrence each, right? One with Niera, and then one with you all, actually, in the mountains itself. But the other one, the other betrayer, Marin, we know nothing about him. And so I decided to take a little sneak peek, if you will, and well, he's somewhere cold, very, very cold. And I don't know if it's present day, or if it's in the past, or it's in the future. I don't quite know. It could be forever ago, but the spell, something was trying to hide him. Which is not too surprising when we think about the powers that be and that are kind of related to that trio. So I got some information which makes it even that much more speculative of when and where. But nonetheless, I got a vision, and it was of a very cold Arctic tundra, a mountainous range in a valley, and in the center of the valley of a massive blizzard so cold that it would kill you in minutes. I saw the aftermath of what appeared to be giantkin who had been slaughtered in large numbers, and they were appearing to head towards the center of this bowl-shaped valley, and in the very center there was a clearing, and in that clearing was one plate-wearing angelic man who did not move at all, and I got a good look around him, and I don't even know if he's still alive, but the individual was there, in the center of that, kneeling. And then I came back to my body, and it was cold. And I was cold, and my coffee was cold, and it just... Normally that wouldn't happen, so it kind of gave me a little bit of a spook, So I did tell Mr. Hoots about what I encountered in case I was dispatched, as it were. And, well, so there you have it. That's what I saw about Marin.
Well, that is interesting.
But does that kind of environment be anywhere on this plane?
Well, I did have a conclusion I came to. It could be wrong, but it could be accurate. That supposed continent where humankind and giants come from. That's, I believe, the high school I was talking about not too long ago was Aradun.
Oh yes, Aradun.
Did meet because I saw giants, and not a small amount of giants, a large amount of giant corpses. So something clicked and made me think it's probably Aradun, but it's possible it's not even on our plane of existence. It could be, for all I know, in the Hells. But it just seemed matched up. There were lots and lots of dead giants frozen in the glacier, there. And if that's where giants and humans come from, then it makes sense why there'd be such a high volume of them present. But it could be wrong. It could be wrong. I'll invite that sometimes I am wrong in my assumptions. But I don't know what that does for us, other than I saw him.
Maybe it's kind of a sign that he's maybe preoccupied or something. Who knows?
If it's a present, current time snapshot, well then he wouldn't be in the Western States, which is one hypothesis I had. But if it's a time snapshot of a different era, I mean, I'll let you know that when I did it on Al-Sham Shakti, I actually saw a chronology of major events through several millennia for that. So this spell does not necessarily specify when things occurred. And even when I did it on the Zenith Sphere, yeah, it didn't give me any visions. It just gave me this really cryptic riddle. Yeah, it's very loose on what it gives you for concrete. But I saw him. That's the thing. And so you guys may interpret that as you will. I'm still a little groggy right now, so maybe I'll come to a better conclusion in half an hour, or who knows.
This is a thought. To kind of get an understanding of kind of like the timeline. What if we did the same spell on Aniel? What do you think the results would be on that?
Good question.
Who knows?
Good question. We know quite a bit about her tale now. The more you know, the more powerful the spell happens to be.
Would that affect like more of the timeline?
There's some problems with that. First of all, it costs like 250 gold per cast to do it. So I'm currently down almost 1,000 gold, and my purse is kind of tight now. I couldn't do it again. Problem 2 is the second problem is that it requires me to use a 5th circle spell, and I am out at the moment. Which is why I was really looking forward to a nice little bit of sleep after I painstakingly stayed up all night to get this spell to help you all recover. I would like at least a little bit in return. No.
General.
Don't abuse your elders, right? Right? He looks hopeful.
Well, it looks like our lead on Marin at least has gone cold.
Check, please.
Okay, the double puns.
We can put the Marin on ice.
I am literally about to give you guys disadvantage, so you might want to cut it out. You might want to stop.
Sounds like Laris needs a cold one.
Do you guys feel that? I think I'm in immediate danger, and I don't know why.
It's cringe.
Why do I
guys.
feel this
it's
looming
literal
sense
cringe.
of dread?
You're in danger. We should check that out.
I know. All right.
There was one other thing I should mention. I kind of had a weird altercation last night, which kind of spurred me into thinking about Marin in the first place. While I was alone here in this shop, I heard something fall, and I found a book that was titled Celestial Bodies, and it was about astronomy and how it interacts with the world and magic. But when I put it back on the shelf, it zapped me. So I don't know if anyone else has had some really weird omens or anything like that, but it was really peculiar. And, with the whole thing that me and Akal heard when we teleported here, I'm starting to see, not that I am superstitious, but just a little bit of it in there, stone's throw.
The stars are very intertwined with fate.
Yes.
Fate, huh?
Has anyone else had any weird altercations that have encountered them since we teleported yesterday?
I saw a pack of cats. And one of them was a black cat that stared at me and had weird eyes.
I tend not to look at omens too deeply. You'll just find yourself overthinking of things that aren't actually there.
I don't know. I mean,
That's an omen?
I'm sorry, what was that, Doma? You were kind of mumbling to yourself.
I said, I watched a plant die. Does that plant is an omen?
Why did you become Ruskin?
That's a good question.
Ruski Doma. Comrade.
Is this thing called environment?
Did the plants scream?
Where's the vodka at?
So why are you changing your act? Like, okay, sure, if that's what you want to do, but I feel like that was an accident.
Yeah, it was.
Alright, so you saw a plant die. Alright?
I mean that thing I tried to call you guys to is having that shit die right in front of me. The bird.
The bird did die. Yeah.
Yeah. Like just abruptly. So.
Sounds like we've all had some weird things happening. But
Are we cursed? Are you truly cursed?
I mean,
It does sound like you're suffering from a curse.
Oh, I wish I knew if Al would mention the fucking crystal or not. I don't want to deprive her of that.
we'll say for now. She's
yeah,
like
I think I'll let her reveal
mentally
that.
off. Well, how much longer did you need Baldric here?
Oh, 4+ hours.
Well, should we go speak to General Turin without you then, or I mean, go ahead and get a jump start on researching in the library? I think that might be a better idea.
Yeah, I don't think I can do any research right now. I am so tired. I just want the spells done, and that's what I'm going to do. Maybe
okay.
I'll stop by the general in a moment just for a break. But yeah, for now I'll keep this up, and if I have the itch to move, I'll see you there.
Then, how about, is there anything you wanted to research at the library? We could find books for you.
There's so many things. I'll think about it.
Okay,
You
hey,
just-
I do.
You
Okay,
just
well,
love asking the DM that question, don't you?
Yeah.
I'm putting you on the
I
spot.
ain't giving it to you, buddy. Stop it. Come on, I'm covering 2 characters right now. Back off a bit. Give me at least some respect. Jesus Christ, my God, man. Jeez.
All right.
Isn't it that time when he starts to come in anyway?
Yeah, it's within the 30 minutes usually. So sometimes he comes in a little early. Last week he was a little early. So, but yeah, within about half an hour. So that's why I'm giving the opportunity that he might make it, he might not. So anyway, so Baldric says that he would stay here for a bit and then maybe catch up to you guys. Or Kyle comes in and
We'll come get you after we speak to the general and see if you change your mind then. Could be a while.
all right, sounds like a plan. And oh my, all right, back to the books.
Oh, here's some jam and a piece of bread.
Where'd you get the jam?
And here's some bean soup.
It looks like coffee.
Coffee.
They do not scream.
Yeah, we found out that jam is not indeed alive.
So that means if
agreed
it's
it was
cooked,
pea.
processed.
Did you hit your head? Do I need to? He kind of like looks at you and calls to see if you're like maybe got like a concussion or something. I expect Thor to have some problems from what happened yesterday, but you should be fine.
What do you mean?
Of course, Jam's not alive.
Would be surprised by what he's.
See?
Cryptic acts. Get out of here! I got research to do.
Oh, fuck.
All right, so you guys.
Of course, Jam's not alive.
You guys get out of the shop, leaving the grumpy old man to himself, and you're free
Very
to go where you're in the middle of the Orient district. There's a statue right in front of you, in the center of the plaza, and you are free to go where you want. Where you guys want to go?
Which way was it to the
Mariano.
general's office again? Evelyn?
Fuck you!
Hey, Evelyn knows this
It's
city.
legit the person that
You were
would ask.
literally there. You're going. Why are you using me so much? The tell font on the second floor, if I recall
Oh,
correctly.
thank you.
Yeah.
Let's get going, everyone.
All right.
Yeah, you could have asked me as well. I know that.
Do you know that? I don't know that.
Do they get mad if you just fly into the second floor window?
I don't think
They
you
do
actually
not like magic.
can fly
within
in
the
there.
walls.
There's windows, I suppose, but they usually keep them closed, so you would probably only be able to go on the first floor or the 5th floor.
Could
Alright.
climb up there.
Evelyn stares daggers at you.
Oh yeah, right. I can't leave claw marks on, or your mother maybe get mad. Okay, I won't do.
Or any of us from Winheim. That's like the palace has been there for like millennia.
What's a scratch mark or two? I mean, it's not bad.
I could just cast mending.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you. Lumi.
Focus. Let's go talk to the High General. So you guys with purpose, head to the telephone. Regardless of your antics about defacing governmental property, you arrive, and you go to the bottom floor because it's easier to do this than to go on the high road and come around. You just go straight, go to the base floor on the ground floor of the Telefont. Make your way inside the first floor, past the bureaucracy and like the finger pointing the people, the High Watch. They're like, oh, Mistress Sistera and stuff like that, and eventually find your guys to the second floor where you're in the kind of like heavily armoried area of the arsenal and such. And you get past the 2 double doors and the hallway with other double doors, and you then see the 2 special guards of the High General, both Cynthia and Lasser, these relatively very thin humans, who see you, but don't stop you. And as you guys get to that very heavy door, there's a look towards Roderick because he was the last one to open it last time.
Do you got this, Roderick?
He looks at you and doesn't say anything.
He pats you on the back.
He still stares at you.
Alright, boss, this is probably difficult without your leader around.
That is true.
Leader? What?
Yes, Baldric, the one with the experience.
He's our
That's
leader.
not... That...
He is our elder. That is true.
Does Heartshaker have a leader?
No. Can one of you open the door, please?
I don't go do it.
It looks heavy.
Thor does.
Oh, thank God! Finally, shit.
Thork, your native strength is high enough that you're able to do it. It is heavy. It's a very heavy door. It would be a challenge for people that have negative strength score, like half the cast, or a 0 strength score, like 1 member of the cast. But you, with your positive 5, you can accomplish this.
Thork is the only strength person?
Doma has a +3, but there's only two of the 7 characters actually have a positive in strength. Everyone else is either 0 or negative. So, yeah,
We're a strong bunch.
yeah.
God
So,
forbid I be 3 feet tall.
all right. So, in the end, you guys open the door, and you hear the metal grating. As you then kind
Whoever
of
thought of this door is an asshole. I'm just saying.
you say that, Lasser and Cynthia look at you, but they don't respond as you guys kind of side straddle in because you didn't want to like open it all the way, just enough to get in. So you get inside the office, and then there's the High General, and he's currently got like a little short plate with like a half-eaten croissant on it, and then there's like a little saucer with what appears to be coffee. And he's kind of just sipping the coffee. As in front of him, there's like a bunch of papers, and he's just kind of like looking the papers over. And as his eyes flash towards the lot of you coming in, he then kind of finishes swallowing as he puts the cup down. Ah, yes. Hello. So something you all need.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
We have well, we've come across some interesting information and have both a petition and a request. Is same thing, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. I am all ears, so feel free to present either of the two to me.
Well, we heard that is it true that you have family residence in the area around Fallcrest, correct? Or family stuff?
He crocks an eyebrow. Then he looks at you and kind of squints his eyes. Yes. The soulless bloodline has been well endowed in that area for a very long time.
We came under the knowledge that there is something happening in the Mirror Plains and in the area around of where your family is settled that has not been resolved, and they have been petitioning people for assistance. Is this correct?
Yes, it is. And there's a moment you can see like he's trying to puzzle it, and then he like looks at you. He looks at Roderick, and then his eyes go towards Doma.
Roger
And
looks
are
away.
you all, with your varying skills, looking for work in that kind of avenue?
We merely are going to be heading in that direction at some point in the future, and we came to the idea that we could benefit the both of us. We have been told that your family is endowed with enough power to have a teleportation circle in the area, and it would be very prudent for a group such
You
as
see him,
ourselves
he pinches his nose. Rabble, you bastard.
to be able to use this circle in our travels. We would offer our services to you and your family to deal with whatever is happening down there. I think it would be most beneficial for both of us.
Yes, yes. I'm sure this comes from very short ears and mouths that have told you these things.
I cannot discuss where we have gotten this information
Oh, there's no
from.
need. I know where it's come from. Very few people know in the first place.
Oh,
But I was just talking it to him, so I guess he sees an opportunity. Yes, I suppose, though, just because I am the technical heir of the Solus line doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to be able to convince my sister to allow you to use the family teleportation. Furthermore, you would also have to, earn the right to have such access, which I suppose your inquiry... He rolls his eyes. I suppose that if you were able to present a positive lead, that would probably be very beneficial to Aryan's disposition on approving such a thing. I could pen my sister, asking her and saying that you are all headed that way, and urge her, with my rightful spot, to move your reward towards that direction. But I would let you know that if you abused that power, of course you would have it revoked. So you would have to be...
Understandable.
Right. Well then, you are interested in going ghost hunting, I take it?
I mean, if that is what it takes, we are doing what is necessary.
Right. Yes, do that instead of going to the marshes. Right.
Well,
Big help to Windheim.
Well, to be fair, we haven't completely said no to that either. There's just
Yes.
there is a great many thing going on, High General. We are
Fairly certain that, when we left that day, that you had no interest in ever heading there, so...
Well,
Well, we
times
have
have
other
changed.
priorities at first, so it's on the list. There's several things on our list currently.
What is your current priority list? If you could just give me a shot in the dark here, because I've had a couple discussions from other sources that are speaking on your behalf, but I would love to hear it myself. Where are you planning on going? You guys are of a unique, let's say, ensemble, and so where you are is a good avenue of other opportunities. So where are you heading next? What are you doing?
I mean, I could. Should I just tell him, everyone? I mean, I could just get it listed out right quick.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Well, Mr. High General,
Boy.
currently we're going to finish up here, speaking with you, then go to the archives to research some fringe topics that nobody really thinks about because we are privileged with the information. From there, then we are going to go to the western states and try and solve whatever is happening there because people are dying and the population is decreasing, and we are very worried about that. After we resolve that, which hopefully we will, we then will most likely be heading south to the fleet. There is a great power that would be able to help with the Windheim.
Hold on. Should we really be saying this much?
I don't see why not. I mean, the High General seems like a decent man.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I'm not doubting the High General.
You're gonna go into the Solar Calls territory, and you are looking for a source of power there.
That is
Alright.
correct.
Please don't start some war with our neighbors to the south. We are technically allies at the moment, so...
Well, if you think about it, we are a neutral entity. We are the only affiliation we have to Windheim is Evelyn's name.
That's a pretty big affiliation.
I mean,
we don't have to lead with
General
that.
Turk kind of nods towards you, Thork, like, at least one of these people has a brain.
We don't have to necessarily lead with that. That can be something that is.
Some of us have a
little
history
silent.
of. He looks at Roderick. Unfortunate events.
I mean,
Okay, I'm just gonna.
Oh,
I'll just say I'll
yeah.
echo Thork, right? Thork's statement that regardless of what you claim, Evelyn's in your midst, and she's the daughter of a high seated. So you could claim whatever you want to the Solar Call, but they will see you as an entity that is connected to the interior of Windheim. So this is why I say what I say. Please be careful to not start a war. We could not possibly afford that right now. I don't just mean fiscally, I mean literally like livelihood. Windheim would just be shattered under such duress.
okay, we will not start a war with the Solar Call.
Right. Alright, now I have to fix the webcams here.
I will. I don't think that we will do that, and if we did, well, no, we're not even going to think that line of logic because it's not.
Yeah, we
going to
don't
happen.
have to deal with it. Yeah, we
Anyway.
don't have to deal with them.
We do what we're doing in the Fleet, and then the plan is to go to Udaline to Fallcrest, where we are going to help your family, and we are also going to deal with something personal. From there, we are going to hopefully, if everything goes well, use the teleportation circle to come back to Windheim, and that's where things get a little murky, because we have, well, there is from there many things that we can do. And some of them are more hard to explain. It is a struggle to think pieces all together.
Sorry, I'm just fixing. I'm fixing webcam, so give me.
We see why, as much as some of us here may be burning and eager for the question of what happened in Delta, there is just things that to us, we need to get done first. Yeah. But that is why I said to the second part, the petition and request, if we have the time, I don't see why we couldn't go to Ordelka and solve what happened there. We believe that there may be some connections to things that we are researching there anyway. But it definitely would not be first on our list. Respectfully, I don't know, sir.
Okay. Can you guys catch up a Kyle real quick? I know that's not a lot, but just go ahead and.
TLDR, Thoric had a moment in the middle of the night where he had a dream, and in the dream, an entity was speaking to him, talking about why would you abandon us? Like, why would this is our power? Why? And then Thoric was not happy with that. And the entity implied that it was the person who threw himself into the fire. But he awoke after defeating this man, and his hand was numb. It felt like, and he was cold. And then we had a breakfast. We had some chats. We found out that
Shadow Flame with, or just
it was his right hand. Yes.
His right hand, yeah.
Yeah.
Which, if you could correct me if I'm wrong, but that's your primary hand, right, Thoric?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
So the hand that holds the shadow blade, right?
no Nelson hand.
No.
So he woke up and they had a self-reflection moment where he walked around the dark house, feeling extremely empty, and he threw like the internal flame torch into a fireplace that wasn't lit, and it had a successful before grabbing it back and putting it back. He woke up for breakfast. I was told that this jam is indeed dead and not alive. According to each jam, so that's good. You're not
To spark that, Lumi was going to cast Speak with Plants to the seed, the seed is not a plant currently, thus that spell did not produce anything. Then a conversation about eating plants, and then they checked to see if jam was a plant. Yes, they brought this up to your character later on, and he acted very similarly of like, this is absurd. So nonetheless, jam is not alive, so it did not work.
Canonically, fruit alive.
We didn't get to there yet.
Your druid.
We didn't get there. We haven't.
But jam is not. Jam is not. We've confirmed jam is not a sentience.
100% alive. I can ask her. Oh yeah, it's alive. It's a baby. It's got a baby voice, dude.
But yeah, so we had that, and then we went to see Baldric, and Baldric was, of course, fucking 8 hours deep at this point. Like his eyes have bags on bags, and he's like, oh, guys. And so he's got about 4 hours left, and we chatted with him, and he kind of told us a recap of what happened with his evening, including the legend lore, and we then were like, well, you've got 4 hours left. We're gonna go walk around and then go speak to the High General. Tell him what our plans are to try and get access for the teleportation circle. And things seem to be going well, and I think we're gonna get his... He can't give us access, but he's going to write on our behalf to his sister, who is the current person down there who would be able to give us access.
Sister?
Yes. Although he's like next in line to become the head of the household. Currently, his sister, since he's in Windheim, I assume, is taking hold of the residence.
Just to fix that, he is the head of the house. Actually,
He's
the head of the house. But there's a complication that hasn't been brought up, and you guys didn't jump on it. Bob was going to fix that. He is the head of the house, but his sister is in charge of Falkrest. Which you could have questioned, but I doubt you will. So, but yeah, that kind of gets. You guys are discussing right now about that, and he said that I could maybe help you if you're willing to go out there, but it really haven't gone too much into that portion. But he then asked, "What are you guys doing, basically? Like, what's your plan here, your action plan?" And so a call was speed running, going, well, here we're gonna go here, we're gonna do that, we're gonna do here, we're gonna go that, or that, and then so that's kind of where you came in on that point in time to help bridge here. Your character technically was left at Lemir's Emporium to continue writing more spells because you still got like 4 hours of spell writing, but I gave the opportunity for your character to catch up to them here at the general turns, just so that there would be more people to being vocal. So we'll have your character have some stumble his way right now, going, oh, I needed a break, and you've made your way past Lasseray and Cynthia, and you squeeze inside into the conversation as a call is kind of finishing up right now. And there's that.
Oh, that's right. He's got like guards or
two very thin humans.
Yeah. Oh, I wonder who
Lasseray and Cynthia. Yeah, I wonder who they would be. Cameos from something, right? Only you and I would know.
That's right.
Yeah. Anywho, so with that in mind, so Baldric, you come stumbling past the door. It was like barely open enough to get through, but you got through it. And there's a bunch of eyes kind of turned towards you and then just stare at you as you kind of made your way inside.
So yes, that is in a general sense what all we are dealing with. There is more and things that I have not said, but that is very transparently what we are going to be doing.
So let me just then re-summarize what I did catch there. Sorry, with distraction, I think I missed part of it. So you're going to the Western States next, and after the Western States, you're going to try to resolve the plight to whatever your capabilities happen to be.
Correct.
Good luck to you. I would recommend working with the High Chandler and checking in with him in Ascaria to work with him and the Wormsworth Association over there. But I can't force you. You're going to the Fleet Deserts to find some ancient power. You've gave very sparse details about what this power happens to be. Could I be privy to a little bit more about what it is, where it is, what kind of capabilities it has?
You have spoken to Grandmaster Ori much, yes?
I'm aware of quite a few of his little intricacies, yes. So this is something that he's requested you to look into.
That is correct.
Yes.
Right. And no wonder the pieces fall together. Of course he brought up Falkrest, because you'll be in the area to do multiple little journeys for him. And conveniently he was discussing with me about the problems I was having out there. And he doesn't have resources to send Arcanists over to Falkrest to do what my sister wants. So other people, but you would be willing to go all the way out to Falkrest to try to help my sister with her little problem. And then if you were able to help her, then maybe she would give you the right. Yes, okay, it makes sense. Sure. Alright, I got an idea. I will write my sister a missive saying that you will be arriving in the next month or two, I take it then?
That should be a generalized area. Yes, this makes sense.
And I would like to stress that her predicament that my family is having over there is a time-sensitive one. The sooner it's resolved, the more likely you will get what you're wanting from her. I'll reiterate that I don't actually get to decide who has that right to the family sigil at the moment, because I'm not necessarily affiliated heavily with Falkris anymore since I'm the High General. But nonetheless, she's my sister. I'm sure she'll listen to my words. And there's kind of like a grimace look on his face of like, that's probably not quite the case. But I'll pen saying you're on your way. When you arrive there, you will probably want to talk to any of the fine soldiers of the Farwatch Federation and mention that you are trying to speak to the Field Marshal Solus or my sister Aryan. You can find her that way. And since I'll be writing well in advance of your arrival, she should be well informed about what you are doing to help. And just to be more clear, what kind of help do you think you'll be able to provide to the situation?
Well, we haven't been informed the totality of what is going on down there, but we have been...
Of course! So you've been promised away when you don't even know. This is so like you!
It's not a promise
rubbing,
so much as it was
rubbing
a
his temple. It was a little bit... Oh, God...
Can you inform us a little more on what's going on?
I've never shown this kind of emotion before.
Damn you, Ravel. I just can't get my mind around you sometimes. Alright, so... Here's what I know. There's a roaming catastrophe that's always blighted my homeland of my family, the Solus Kingdom out there, always, and it's heavily gossiped for a very long time, and soldiers don't like to patrol out into that region because of the terror of disappearing and never returning. So we've had entire squadrons go trying to hunt down this threat. Never returned. Right, so there is some hoogie-boogie nonsense out there. But recently we've had a skirmish within the last, I think, 2 months. A squad was patrolling, and for the first time in our history that we know, a survivor occurred from the ambush of whatever this thing is out there. But the man is batshit crazy, and we cannot get good information out of him. He is our ticket to figure out what this thing is. And then finally, when we figure out what it is, we can put an end to it so that we can finally safely own that part of the fringes like my family's supposed to have had in their birthright for ever since we signed it away with the Sildeni back in the Age of Conquest. So you assisting us on trying to remedy this man's lunacy would be the big ticket. We want to know what facts he knows about this thing. That's what the goal is. So if you have the means to ease a person's soul, and his eyes kind of just drift towards Doma, or restore the mind and get it back to clarity, you would probably have the means to help that man to get information about what the hell he's experienced, so that way we can finally figure out a tactic plan to deal with this threat that's been around for thousands of years.
And is this threat, is it in the mirror planes?
That's... So every patrol that has disappeared was in that region, yes. It's east of Fallcrest, somewhere on the southern middle section of that. So the Mirror Plains, I believe, is now that congregated region, yes.
Well, we might have an idea of what we could be dealing with over there, perhaps.
Great, you have clairvoyance among all your other interesting little tricks. Wonderful. Either way, get me some factual information about what that thing happens to be. Or rather, report it to my sister, since she's the one who's going to be determining if you can actually use the family sigil there.
Right, well, we will do our best to not only cure this man's ailments, but maybe even try to put a stop to whatever this roaming beast is.
If you would do that, that would absolutely get you the rights to the family sigil. If my sister refuses that, then I'll probably have to make a trip home, because she would be too foolish to realize the importance of such an action.
Right.
Anyway, I believe the man's name was Nigel, but of course, just head to Fallcrest, rendezvous with my sister's personnel or her directly so that you can get a conversation update about what's going on there, and she'll point you to wherever that idiot happens to be to get the ball moving, to get the information. The request was simply just to fix his mind so that we can find out what he witnessed. That's what the request happens to be. But if you're willing to risk your lives, be my guest.
We are quite good at that. Right. That sounds great. If we could trust in that. Anybody else have anything to add? I feel like I kind of said all my angle.
That was the main part.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Lumius.
That's Lumi, yes.
Oh, yes, your number's increased. Right. Okay. Hello? So I guess I do have a question for all of you then, because you kind of hinted at it, but then you kind of didn't hint at it. So, are you going to stop by Arkelya at any point? At all? It's not just even tickling your fancy a smidge of a bit.
Personally, me a little bit.
I would say it is interesting. Also, one of our colleagues has sort of, how do you say, an incentive to go out there on their own sort of understandings. So I do think we have some alignment there, but as Hall has been mentioning, there's a lot of high priorities, and choosing the most urgent and dire sort of trumps personal questions, just for curiosity's sake.
So it's very low on your priority list that you were mentioning to me. Well after
a plague, or there's a possible end of the universe as we know it coming down our throats, understanding why some orc caravan decided to careen through the area, such small scale, I don't know. I don't know. We can raise the urgency. We're talking about magnitudes of lives versus thing that's relatively under control now, or perceived to be under control, I suppose. I don't know.
All right. So yeah, it sounds like it's well down the line for you all.
Yeah.
Unless you have some sort of news that raises this urgency higher, information helps us prioritize things. Something else happened?
It's nothing really new. There's been no new updates over the last, it's been about 2 weeks since I last saw you all. So I was just really trying to see if that was ever even on your to-do list. I assumed that you didn't, but you mentioned early on initially at this meeting that was actually something that you were slightly considering, and now with your words, sir, it seems to be that it is a priority at some point, but sounds like it's going to be more than...
last meeting. More things have come up to surface that have knocked it down. It was higher priority at a time, but more urgent things have arrived.
Nonetheless, if you're going to resolve the plague, as you said it, that would resolve one of the major catastrophes that's currently afflicting the kingdom, so I suppose that would get the High Naturalist to stop bickering at me, because we would have more funds to hire probably the Emboldened Breast better to help the farms north. Very well.
Do you have any way to give us any information while we're on the road, or anything like that? If anything, any situation should change, actually.
I mean, I would be constantly in touch with the High Observer, and I'm sure she has such tricks available to her, since you guys are, and correct me if I'm wrong, you are in her employ, right?
Of a sorts.
Yes. I mean, at the same time, we're also working with Master Ori.
His eyes squint and he looks over towards Roderick. Right.
And by extent, we're working for you in a way.
Isn't eye contact necessarily? Means because he's kind of confused on that part.
Okay. Right.
I'm looking in the sky.
Still mostly free. Yes. All right. No, that's someone's words. All right. Well then, I guess I've had enough of you on the hook there. I would reach out to Nia and let her know, and of course, and she would pass anything that would be important to you all. I imagine.
Well, I think it's just generalized to say that most of what we do is for the betterment of Windheim and the world at large.
I
So,
don't necessarily doubt that. You guys have many eyes upon your eclectic group, so... And there's very limited resources, so may you be the piece that tilts the balance.
Something you said earlier about Nigel being the most recent one, survivor of, you said, of recent memory. How long has the Oogie Boogie thing be happening?
Since Fallcrest was founded back in the Sildeni age of conquest. When the Solus family line was gifted that territory to rule in our help of the Age of Conquest, we've always had a problem, I recall. There's always been an issue in that region, hard to, let's say, contain it.
that would fit the timeline of what we're thinking, Baldric.
Would it though? Immediately after that, this starts happening. I would expect that if something was lost, it would take time.
What are
to
you referring
find
to? You're literally. Well, what can I do to help secure that brain of yours into a more? Oh no, forgive me. I'm too stupid and not important enough to understand these facts that you're withholding to your chest.
It's not that.
We don't even know ourselves, and it's
Conjecture, pure conjecture.
So sure, fill me in. I'm the high general. It's like you're walking around pillows and eggshells. I don't understand.
We believe that the what is the name of the weapon, Baldric?
Al-Sham Shakti.
Al-Sham Shakti.
We believe that Al-Sham Shakti is being carried by some sort of monster out in the Mirror Plains, and has been for many years.
Sham Shakti probably means nothing to him.
Correct. I'm not familiar with that.
It was an artifact utilized by the Onyx Flame at the end of the Second Calamity.
It's
one of those trinkets that Ravel's trying to gather, most likely.
Yes.
Right,
Yes.
Right.
What are they called again? Items of the Zenith? Like
heirlooms of the Zenith.
Yes, I've heard that term more times than I can count. Alright, so he's sending you to collect an heirloom in Zenith that he thinks is in the Mirror Plains, and you are suspecting that it is the same exact creature that has terrorized my family's legacy for millennia.
Yes.
Possibly.
Really?
Bloody convenient, but alright. Well, if you are planning to kill it, congratulations, you have gone one piece of the puzzle.
Sometimes.
But what is it? That's the question.
Gods winking at you, you know? Eleanor, may your pages be full and prosperous.
It is a weapon that would rival, well, any
Not
in existence.
that. No. The thing that's using it.
Baldric?
Any facts at all about what this thing could be? Because we have none. Everyone's died besides this one man, so this would be a great time to have at least a small bit.
Yes, we must trust each other. When we said a lot of this is sort of conjecture, we don't have something to solidify. Hence why we're asking for more information to hedge our bets and to reduce risk. But it's familiar. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I don't know what it is. I used a sort of incantation that has not been seen for a long time. I bumped into it somehow. I don't even know actually where I really came across this, actually. I don't know. Eleanor struck a sort of chord with me and giving me inspiration. But either way, a spell has given me arcane knowledge to be able to tap into long-lost secrets at a sort of expense. And I used this ability to collect more information about Al-Sham Shakti, this heirloom of the Zenith has been lost to the fabric of time. And I was given a vision, and in that vision, sort of uncovering some of the history behind where it ended up near the end of the Second Calamity, and then it disappearing. Something held it, and it was familiar, but I cannot quite recall exactly what it is. Now, I know you're going to say, you buffoon, you old man, you're senile, you can't remember things. I think there's other things at play here that sort of shroud and hide information that is maybe making it escape my ability to recall what it is. It was familiar.
Okay.
But
What did it
I
look
can't-
like? Description? Anything?
You didn't give me one, Alex. Piss off. Did he
Yeah,
give us
you might as well
one?
just say it's a dragon.
Didn't say it was a dragon.
I think
I think
it
might as well
was like
say it's a
I thought it was
dragon.
like a form. It was a mass.
It.
It's
There you
Yeah,
go.
well,
out
There you
there.
see it.
Yeah.
I'm not bailing a Kyle out. Kyle knows this stuff too much.
Yeah, there-
you know
there
how
you
much
see it.
you know how much lip he gives me in DMs every week? You know how much lip he gave me today, in fact, about a piece of information that he wanted facts on? Nah, I ain't bailing you out, bro.
The line was it was still in its hand,
Clutches,
right?
Yeah, it's
In
clutches.
its clutches.
Don't overthink
So-
it. If you don't remember, it's fine, okay?
I roll history.
The thing is that we know that
All I
some-
remember is that it was like basically in my mind. There's a silhouette of something wandering the plains.
Yes.
It has the item, and I can. From what I remember, is I don't have any actual like. You see features on it. You see the color of its eyes, its hair, its
Okay,
wings. You don't
sure.
see any of that.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. So at that point, it's obfuscated. Got it. All right, that really doesn't help. But you think?
Like I said,
it's-
like I just mentioned.
Yes.
We have a lot
All
of-
right. I just
we
was
don't have
hoping
a lot of
that there was
information.
so maybe this is some amorphous blob wielding a weapon of unfathomable power, and it smites that. All right. Well,
it's
I get the
better
feeling
than
it
what
was
you had.
humanoid. I get the feeling it was humanoid, but
luckily Nigel saw it. So if you can clear his woes, he almost certainly will be able to give you a better description. So I would recommend going with that. Right. Well then, is there something else that you could need? I have a fun letter to write to my sister on your behalf.
Do you have any recommendations for people about to head to the western states? Any tips, tricks, things to stay away from, things to not say, maybe?
Goodness, the Western States.
I granted I've never been there because
Yes,
I'm big about it.
I would. Be aware that the knightly orders don't answer to us; they answer to the lords and ladies of the court, and so that can lead to complications.
Aren't they part of Windheim?
Oh yes, they are. But they have a certain level of entitlement, and sometimes when we have disputes with them, it's a little bit of a clashing of ideals. Technically, we always have the authority over them, but sometimes they like to flex their freedom a little bit more, and that's their arms to do it. That's their enforcement, their knightly orders. So if I was going to say anything could be a problem, it would be them. So I'd be very tentative around their company.
Got it. So be nice to the knightly orders. Got it.
Or don't be in their way.
Well, hopefully it doesn't come to that then, right? Okay. Well,
They
thank you.
should be allies, so should be. Right. Well, all right. This is one way to start my morning. All right, gentlemen, lady. If you need anything else, let me know. I'm almost certainly going to be here.
Hi, General. How do you take your coffee?
Straight.
Oh,
Black.
I figured. Goodbye. Have a good day.
As to all of you.
Take care.
Do you see, Domi? He took his coffee black. He had nothing in it.
Well, I was more concerned with your relationship with him. It reminded me of when I was being reprimanded. The entire time I thought you guys might swing at each other for some reason.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Look, the High General is one of those men who is a. He's
what?
very. I don't know. There's no good term for it. He has very important things to this. He's war. He provides for the safety of Windheim. So everything is a potential threat.
You got to be
Even
serious all the time.
Even those who may be allies could also be enemies in the same context. It's a very lonely life, I assume, for the general.
So you guys make your way out of the, away from the door, away from Lasser, and away from Cynthia. You go down the hallways, and you are in the bottom of the Telfont when you guys then leave the Telfont to pick your choice of where you'd like to go next. Baldric still technically needs to write more of his spell before you guys leave. And then as I suggested with him, he probably wants to sleep before you guys hit the road because he's out of spell, his upper magic.
Yeah.
So. And the guy's like been up all night. He's exhausted. So.
Would you like to come with us to the library and finish writing your spells, Baldric?
I gotta finish it. I mean, if you want to come, you can. I don't think this is really more of a solo task, because it gives you guys, you are free to move around if you want to come. You're going to see me studying. I don't know how exciting that would really be.
No, we were inviting you to come with us to the library because we were certainly had things that we wanted to peruse in the restricted section. This is Evelyn speaking. But for the life of us, we can't seem to remember what interesting topics that we would want to look into now that we have access to the restricted section.
My head is soup right now. I have not slept. I just want to complete the spells. No. I have the utmost faith in your abilities to study without me tutoring.
Is there anything that you would recommend that maybe we look into at this point in time? Because we kind of seem to not have any ideas at all right now. And it's almost as if all hopes are relying upon you.
That's very poignant, Evan, and I don't believe that all hopes rely on him.
I seem to not be able to remember what important things that we've talked about numerous times that we want to go look into.
I'm sure you have a lot of things you would like to look into, Evelyn. What about you? What do you think we should take a look at?
Gosh, that's so many to count. It's hard to
pick.
pick
That's
which
what
one.
I have.
Let's start.
There's too many things to research, right? We could research everything.
Did we have a list this
No.
time?
We didn't have
You
a
guys
list.
almost certainly did.
You guys have. I just know that in previous sessions you've mentioned that you would like to go there, and at this moment it seems that no one has anything that they could think of. So I just kind of feel a little like I didn't know what topics you guys were going to look into, so I can't actually elect to you. I just know that you guys have mentioned this numerous times in the past.
They didn't participate in a note-taking, but there was definitely a list.
I could have swore actually on the episode you guys teleported from Vanir to Windheim, the one that before we took our break, you even mentioned that we would want to go stop at the library that session too. So it's just kind of like there's gotta be something. I don't want you to lose your opportunity. That's why I've been stressing it.
It's not ringing the bell to me right now. I don't think we have anything pinned.
So
the thing I think the problem is that we don't have anything. It's that we have so many things that's like, well, yeah, we could research it more, but everything we're dabbling in now is fringe topics for the most part.
Yeah, so like if I was trying to guess as to what you guys were going to look into, and I felt like it was going to be like about Roderick's patron, because I know that's a topic. Those entities
or cheetah shrouds, all that. Yeah.
They're not going to be in the open section, but they're definitely restricted. So like anything that's like a very dangerous threat, like the hungering one. Taboo magics that you guys couldn't have had access to but now do. Like this is where Baldric would be able to copy spells from the library because he's going to be able to see access to spells that are far more dangerous, right? I didn't really know what you guys were going to look into, but I assumed it had to be something because it's the restricted section. So anything that's like quasi dangerous to public knowledge, that's why it ends up in a restricted section. So it had to be something affiliated to that was what my mind was narrowing it down, but I didn't know what it was because I wasn't in your privy in your conversations. So it's really, really rough. I want to help you, but I just don't know if any of that's valuable to you right now. Like, did you want to look into any of the elder entities? Did you want to look into Elran? Was Roderick even interested in that?
I mean, yeah, we're gonna do that because we have 4 hours to burn anyway, right? So we're going to do it. It's just.
Well, if you don't really care, you don't care. I'm not going to force you to. We're not going to waste time rolling, and we're just going to time skip, right? So that's kind of. I'm just trying to jog. Is there anything like that at all Did you guys want to try to look into the Zenith weapons? Did you want to look into, like, do research on the little facts that you've heard about them and try to get maybe more clues about some things? Did you want to look at the Dragoon? Did you want to look into the Death Spear? Try to look for more Tiefling lore, look for more Angel lore. Like, I don't know what else I could really throw out here that could.
I feel like all that information is so esoteric that even in restricted section, you're not going to find any of that.
I mean, a call was just going to search for Heirloom of the Zenith information.
Cool-Taj would have been like something I figured that a call would maybe want to look into because you've had questions about it. But
I mean, if everybody else researched, if everybody else was researching different topics, that's what a call would search.
Okay. But we don't have to research. Like, I'll just reiterate that. I know you guys have mentioned the past. So is there something you'd want to do? If not, we can just move on to the next scene of you guys, being in Lemir's Emporium with Baldric finishing up.
The issue is we can't think of something, and we're gonna kick ourselves later because we didn't do it.
Yeah, I know.
We can't retroactively go back.
I tried to fight for it, so that's the thing. I really tried to help protect you on this one. I just don't know what it is.
Let's all research a topic, and I feel that way we at least get, if we come back and think on it later, we researched topic. So,
I honestly don't think that Baldric has the capacity to come with you guys and research.
Sure, but Evelyn's not here, so you could have her do your role instead.
So let's have Evelyn research. What do you think, Baldric? We'll have you go first. Just pick a topic, something that of import.
Okay, so let's see here. Racking my brain. Art Ravine's very high up there. The most recent whisper we got when we teleported was weird. Stop it before the smile wanes. What does that even mean?
That's so French.
But what do you got to grab on? Smile.
Smile.
I mean, we can't do
unless it's no. Piece it, Baldric. You had an omen about constellations and stars. What waxes and wanes? The moon. What does the shape of the fucking moon look like when it's a crescent? It looks like a smile.
Cheshire Cat.
I'm saying that maybe the smile waning is the waxing and waning of the moon. We need
stop it before the smile wanes. We have until the lunar cycle ends to stop something.
Yes. I just pieced that. Maybe that could be it. That is a very I'm putting the pins on the board.
Sorry, what's up?
What's the moon like? It's a full moon, right?
Pretty interesting fact here. Maybe I should write this one in. What can you talk a little bit more about this, DTW?
Okay, so his thinking is this.
Yeah, I know. I heard him.
I
know. Yes, he saw celestial bodies, and he saw, oh, hey, you had a specific thing about skies and astronomy, and he focused on that verb waning, and then that's one of the things the moon does. Hey, it's not a bad lead. Might be intentional, might not be intentional.
And my question is, where is the lunar cycle right now?
Where is the lunar cycle?
It might be intentional.
Yes, so lunar cycle.
Is this why we have such bad luck? Are we out of time?
No.
I honestly, I don't know where the moon would be literally right now, so...
Okay, that's not it then.
It could be.
Yeah, he doesn't have a plan.
Well, no, it could be. But look, because here's the thing. Ori...
If that's what it was, Laris would know exactly how much time was on the clock. That's
he knows. Maybe he doesn't want to reveal it.
You know how much time is on the clock, man.
Listen, no. The reason it's important, remember, Ori said that he had a companion who was researching the natural cycle of things, and the moon and the astral pull it has.
I don't think that's the quote we heard when we were teleporting.
The moon was recently full, but it is currently what is it when it's shrinking? Is that waning? Is waxing when it grows more, right?
Waxing, it grows. Waning,
yeah. So it's currently waning right now, but that would be 2 weeks.
Oh, great! So then we are running out of time.
We have 2 weeks to solve what's going on in the Western states.
Yeah, how soon until there is a no moon shown then, Laris?
That'd be 2 weeks away approximately.
It fits.
How that though? Laris started giving us cards because he wasn't aware of where the moon.
Did you want to look research? Okay, let's. All right, I have her stats. Evelyn's gonna look into this. Wow, that's really interesting. Let me see if I can pull anything up. All right, so Evelyn's there.
Oh no, automatic nat 1
plus 3.
What would that even be research topic of? That's just a fringe idea that me as a player had.
Okay, so Evelyn, she's kind of looking into this. She yes, it looks like the moon is going to be fully, what do you want to say, disappearing soon. But is that what we would consider the smile fading? I mean, it kind of fits, but at the same time, like, doesn't the moon would go away with the crescent on that night, and then when it comes back the next day, it's not there. So is that portion of it? Does that click?
It's
Yes, conveniently, the timeline is at about 2 weeks, and we would be arriving there, and we could theoretically barely beat it in time. So if we're looking at it as almost if as what Baldric likes to say, Eleanor is involving herself in our affairs, we're barely making this. If there's not a single complication, but we know there's complications on the way.
Well, if it isn't that, then it's a moot point anyway, right? It is just an idea I had.
Well, nonetheless, yes, it looks like the moon is going to be ending its cycle and starting anew in about 2 weeks.
That is good to know.
Is it? Sounds more like a bad omen to me.
Sounds like if this is true, then we have a less time than what would be beneficial. Be better if it was waxing, because that gives us more time, right? Another week or two. But now, at the end of the cycle, and if this is indeed the thing, and all these omens are happening, I don't like this stuff.
Sorry.
Hey, I gotta go back to reading. Have at it.
Right.
Study.
Okay, so that was Baldric's one. Alright, does anyone else have a topic they want to try to drill on? Nice insight there to see, like, that was an interesting tap bits. I just, oof.
I think we were thinking maybe mirror planes is one of the things that we were going to look into maybe.
Thoric's definitely going to look into. He already looked into this previously, but he did not have access to the deeper parts of the library.
Okay.
Or I think it was in the near library he was researching this. He wants to know about that one time when Ahira touched ground and killed all the bad guys. There's very little information about what specifically she did and happened. There was information that she was wounded and killed.
That was inside information that was close to the chest of one very reputable person in Veneer. So that's unlikely to be public domain knowledge, right? But yes, you are free to, because you were specifically trying to see what was the means she used to destroy demons, right?
Yes.
Because you're hoping to find that miracle and replicate it to then defeat the presumed hordes down below. Go ahead and make an investigation roll. See if there's any such thing.
Yeah, so my theory right now is that there are those gates or whatever gateways they're coming through, and I'm assuming there's another one. Rifts, I forget what they were called.
The anchors.
In the Undermountain. No, not the anchor. The ones the demons were coming through.
Tear.
Yeah, tear.
Yeah, and when Ahira closed them, how she closed them specifically. I know how to kill demons, we already spoke about this. So just more specifically how to close those.
Oh, you're looking for like the tear closing, the rift closing magic.
Repairing the weave.
So that's... Oh, yeah, we did speak about that. Fuck, I know how to do it. I just forgot.
The weave.
So that's a 17.
Well...
Hold on. Investigation. My bad. 15.
Okay. So the stuff you get stuck into are... Unfortunately, it doesn't quite meet that, right? So the short answer is you're not finding like a miracle cure to fight demons or, gateway. It gets very similar to the lore you have. You get a lot of demonologist lore. There are books here about study of demons and dissecting demons before they turn to ichor and like keeping them alive and in chains to dissect them while they're alive to try to learn their anatomy. It was very gruesome. Like this is like no wonder this is under like not in the public space, like this kind of stuff, right? This is very
fringe,
dark, let alone like how it was gathered, dark information, as well as it's about very dangerous entities, right? So you're found books about demonology, right? And about the numerous...
he's gonna focus a little bit more on that, keeping them alive and making them suffer. That sounds juicy. You don't have to give me anything specifically.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, you might have avert your attention that direction, but yeah, ultimately, like, so one thing that you kind of do pick up here, maybe it's not really shocking, but that each prince and princess tends to have certain motifs in their specific foot soldiers that they have. that certain like commonality traits that are upon them. So even if you have the general hierarchy, which is what the monster manual mentions to you, right? Gezebrew and Merilith and stuff like that. The demon princes or princesses that lord over them, some of their traits get passed on into their lesser soldiers, right? And of course they can make their own unique demons if they want to as well. But you do realize that you can kind of theoretically, if you're well knowledge about demonologies and the princes and princesses, which there are dozens if not hundreds of them, right? You can kind of, if just by studying one of their captured soldiers, you could figure out theoretically that's probably tied to this one because it has some of those traits that are tied to that one. So for example, if you had a let's say Baphomet, right? It's depicted as a goat-like demon that's really prime on hunting, right? A lot of his demons have over embellishment on horns. If they don't have horns, they sometimes have horns. They have more like fur. They not only are they more generally savage, which is his ideology, but there's actual physical characteristics that they seem to morph out of their body, as if his presence helps spawn out that kind of amalgamation into their DNA. Right, so that was
the follow-up to that question. I don't know if I can do more research. Probably not. But he's about to think about the things he's encountered in the Undermountain and their traits. And I doubt there's much knowledge about demon princes and princesses in the library.
So that's kind of the thing that I will allow you a religion roll right now just to see how much default lore you know based on your experience about princess, and then this will determine the DC about are you able to, because there's a whole separate thing I have to do on this. So let's start with the religion roll in the first place.
That's a 10.
So
a really good religion, just a bad roll.
Unfortunately, your specific knowledge is about the upper leaders. You never fought one personally, right? So it's not, you don't really know a lot about their ins and outs. So, and this unfortunately just slap handicaps that prevents you from being able to even, like, I figured you were gonna try to guess, that these demons are related to this prince or princess. Well,
yeah,
unfortunately we couldn't even get there because your innate knowledge isn't high enough about them to even make that jump. If you had a specimen and you were able to like dissect it and stuff like that, you could start making guesses, right? But you'd also have to have the reference of, these are the demons I'm comparing. And there's hundreds of these things because there's 9 infinite layers of the abyss. It can be quite problematic to locate it down. But certain more common demons or princesses would be able to maybe narrow it down. Anywho, that's kind of where you're at.
Oh, good, thanks.
All right, so we got Thork, we got Baldric / Evelyn. How about a call?
I mean,
anything? You don't have to have anything. Man. We don't have to
force
force
this.
Call
has a subject. I just don't know. Yeah, no, I call wants to research Kuotaj. That's
so. Last I think it was specifically about the fall. Was what you were looking. So can you give me an investigation check then?
Sure.
Not for him because he doesn't have the best investigation, but
he does not. But he's just gonna look for kind of anything. Oh, okay. That is a just flat 18 on investigation.
Okay, so you find material that's actually bookmarked and used by other people, and
figures.
And there's like a little slip on the front of it saying who's been withdrawn, and so you can recognize that Master Ori has withdrawn this book numerous times in the past. But there's also other people that probably are in queue with him, this is you find a compendium of oral traditions of the Tabaxi people. So it kind of gives like a synopsis in the beginning here of like where does information come from, blah blah blah, right? And so the gist of it, so we don't spend all day on it, right? Is that when Kuotelsh fell, and the Tabaxi people were locked under the mountain. Not all of them were locked under the mountain. And the ones that are on the surface kind of became like free wanderers, nomadics. They don't like sitting in one location, and there's like a whole posit that maybe like since they don't have their ancestral home, it's kind of almost like Judaism, Israel stuff, where it's just like they don't have a place to settle because the place they want to be was the place that's promised to them, and they're where they come from. So if they're anywhere else, they have a fleetingness and an eagerness to go explore and a spring of chaos, which a lot of Tabaxi on the surface world are just gypsies. They run in these small little traveling bands, and so these bands, they prioritize liberty to move. They don't keep tomes or stone tablets or hard facts with them. So everything's done through oral tradition. And so all the stories that are inside this compendium, there's tons of them, are these oral traditions of these tabaxis that on the surface. And certain clans come from other clans. And so they have stories that date back to forefronts. This collection prefaces that this is the filtered works. There was unfiltered works, which you could maybe find, but unfortunately you don't have the time right now today to do it. But there should be an unfiltered source of volume as well in this library somewhere. At least it's cited to exist. And that would be every oral tradition that they managed to collect when they were doing this let's say, exercise, right? When they're collecting this for whatever reason it happened to be. And so this is the filtered ones. And it kind of, in the preface, the little synopsis again, it says, the ones that are selected inside this compendium are the most reoccurring themes that we have seen between the varying different tribes that exist on the surface world. So we kind of plotted a point about these certain reoccurring volumetric ideals and stuff like that. And that's kind of where we make our assumptions upon what is most likely what history happens to be. We make estimated guesses, and all of our facts come from this representation of data of that these clans had these certain things. And so we've learned, but it's all assumption of what we can guess about what Kual-Taj was and the society it was like. And one of the things that we know is that Kual-Taj was, before it was founded, was a bunch of, their homeland was a massive glade, huge open rolling hills, or maybe not even rolling hills, just flat land, but large amount of grassland, basically, is what it was originally thought to be. And there were many competing clans initially. The Tabaxi in their ancient days were very competitive with one another, not just with other races, but with one another. And they had a pretty good strangulation of their control of the most of the northwest and most north center of Estrin. That's what's theorized to be. That was the Kual-Taj domain. These competing clans, much like ancient Japan, let's say, fielding warlords and stuff like that, were very competitive with one another, and that's led to many, many fights, many wars. And eventually, at some point, one of these clans decided that they were going to unite all the clans and imperialistically conquested all the other terrain. And it's noted in a footnote here that the clan that did this is disputed. Each orator seems to claim that their genetic offshoot is the one that did this. But through repetitive data screening, the best we could guess is it probably was the High Glade clan, was the original clan that happened to bring everything together. Is that true? There's such an emphasis on this cliff that implies that we don't really know. This is the best guess we can have because there's a little bit more numbers that point to that one than the others, right? But nonetheless, it happened. The clans ended up getting united, and an empire was formed. And the empire was founded by had an emperor or an empress that was always in charge. And that individual led Kual-Taj, which was then named Kual-Taj as their massive city started getting built. The heart center became Kual-Taj, and then that name got adopted for the entire empire, which is a very common motif in all of New Wolsel and Flack Esther. And a lot of kingdoms or countries end up adopting the name of the capital because it's kind of like almost a reference point. So you might have seen this as a repetitive notion. Well, your suspicions or call suspicions on this are confirmed here. Windheim has Windheim proper as its capital, and Kual-Taj was Kual-Taj. So nonetheless, one big trait that we would have here is that the empire of Kual-Taj prioritized strength. But strength is not in the term of this little raw brawn. It's more of like functionality. Those that are capable are the ones to rule. There was a right that's always talked about. I think it's called Susun Senati or something like that. So I really want to pull. I don't think it really matters. I won't look it up. There's a right. Yeah, I have it. I have. I just kind of want. I want to prove myself that I did it. Right. I want to tell you, like, I do have a name for it. I haven't looked at it in a while. Oh dear Lord. And
Okay,
now it's
we can talk
bugging
about
me
it later.
actually. Okay, Sinsu Chala, which is in Tabaxi Ton, it is the right to rule, and Sinsu Chala is this competition where you can challenge the current emperor, and if you win, you claim the entire throne under your name, right? But there's some certain formalities. Not anyone could just challenge the current king/queen, right? It had to be a person who was already a leader of an existing clan, right? And it can't just be a brand new clan that's just gonna, throw their name and their hat in the ring. These are duels to the death, and so you had to be of a prominent member of the society in the first place. Like when the clans got absorbed into one big clan, the small clans still exist. There's still these subsects,
Right.
and these guys would vie for the top spot, and that one would be the emperor or the empress, and then if things were not good, a leader of one of those sub-clans could challenge with their life on the line the current emperor empress, and if they won, they would become. And this was in the early days, this happened a lot. Frequently, there would be a change in power. But near the end of Kuotage, there was one clan that reigned supreme that stopped having challenges for like 5 centuries or something like that, right? Or a very long period of time. And this is considered to be the most powerful clan. And because it's also the final clan, this is where they kind of have an asterisk that says, well, these guys, this might be why there's so much favoritism to the High Glade clan. The final clan in control was the High Glade clan, which means that they must have had unparalleled power in their midst to be able to either people were no longer challenging them, which means that they were just so much more powerful than everyone else through some means, or everyone else was just happy with the way the world was working. But there's disposition, there's stories and parallels about things not going very good at the Kuotage, and with what you know from the High Scholar, the war with the Sildenai from the east, it wasn't going very well with them. So public opinion probably wasn't very good in the last decade or so of the High Clay clan's last rule, but they were the final emperor or empress, right? But so you're kind of getting all this like factual data here. So you're trying to like skim through this, going, okay, this is a lot of default lore about ancient Tabaxi, which is fascinating from these tales nonetheless. But where did the fall occur, right? Because you were trying to specifically target like how did our kingdom fall, and a lot of the parallels end up citing a very similar source, which is what your people happened to adopt, which was that magics were used, forbidden magics. Some tales talk about magics that came from the east, came with the dawn of the sun. And in that period of time, these magics were starting to be adopted by society. And not everyone liked that. There was some kind of rift between tradition and new. And this rift was definitely causing internal problems for the society. But unfortunately, it's not too much longer after this where the stories kind of end, because now the stories are about the survivors of it, not so much about the close, but rather that, we were... Some Tabaxi were starting to practice the magic of the East, and that led to ruin, and we think that that's what led to the destruction. So now, some of these clans were survivors of the mountain swallowing. Some of them are survivors that post the mountain swallowing, that they managed to get to the surface after that, and they just stayed on the surface and you would know this from your parallel, that some of your people have left the kingdom on their own when things weren't too great. And so these people also have their own, variations of stories. So now you're getting to much more present current stuff. And so it kind of starts deriving away from the history you care about. And you didn't really quite get a factual statement. There seems to be a concurrence that there's a belief that the arcane was involved. Some people think that the divine are punishing the Kuotage, that they were too proud in their approach, and they forgot the ways of the old. And this is why it's very almost kind of like Noah and the Ark, right? Where it's just like you stopped caring and paying tribute to the gods and other powerful powers like nature, and so they decided to smite us out of existence. Which we basically, there's nothing left, and now we're going to be wandering until the end of our lives.
All right.
But you do know that there is the Emperor, the Ua, and the Empress, the Ual. Those are the terminologies to refer to the Emperor, the Empress. of Sinsu Chala. And they do mention a couple interesting names are brought up. There's a couple other cities that you might not even know yourself. There's Yuzhe, was one city of the this one's brought up because this was the original home of the the High Glade clan. Yuzhe was the original, like their home. That's where they were from. Kuotage is where the Empire's heart was, but they had this kingdom that was like to the northwest corner, and they was the strongest one, right? And there was also another kingdom that was called Lumkalak, but there's a lot of negative connotation with Lumkalak, that like kind of more like gossip nonsense. So those are the three main names that you could think of would be Kuotage, Yuzhe, and Lumkalak would be the ones that would appear in some of these parallels.
Good to know. All right. Excellent. I must challenge somebody. The Shinshu Chala.
Oh, yeah, it's spelled Ciniu space Chalah.
That?
Challenge. You got it.
Yeah, that looks right.
All right.
Yep, that looks right. Okay, so, and then UAH for king and UAHL for the queen.
Sounds good.
Yep. All right. So with that in mind, that was your research. We have, 2 more people potentially available. No, 3 more people. We got Roderick, we got Doma, and we got Lumi. Let's go in Roderick. Roderick, was there anything that was on the ton that you'd like to look into?
You already know. We're going out and getting weird, man.
So are we going with a specific one that you want to care about, or is there other ones you want to care about?
Actually, let me double check something before I say it.
Because I mean, there's like Sheila Shrouds, which is clearly on a pinnacle point for you guys. But there's also That Which Horrors, which is clearly important to your character. So. And then there's the other ones: Hostile to Marionette, the Torrential Dream. Any one of these guys that scored them all, they might be on your future at some point. So, it's a good opportunity.
Research them all.
I think I see a Kyle kind of going, shoot, I should have asked about Sheila Shroud.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, if fuck it. Let's look. All of them.
She would shroud her information. It'd be a wasted roll.
Oh, sure. Yeah, of course mortals know nothing about her. Oh my God.
Exactly.
All right, so which one? What's the topic? Let's go, boy.
All of them evil people.
Shrouds. Why would we know about her?
Nah, I guess to focus on Sheila Shroud and Hungering one.
So it's those two specific. Can you pick one specifically?
One specifically.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Because these are two. Well, they're close topics, but one's. I want to kind of know which one's more important to you.
All right, she for the evens and.
You're gonna roll.
Hungering. Yes.
Oh man.
All right.
Why is it rated beginning again? What happened?
All right, so go ahead and do your investigation roll now. Let's see if you can even get anything from a natural 1.
Why is myself lagging like this though? Let's see.
Okay, natural 10.
Oh.
Middle in here.
Oh, I wish I'd kept at 18. But it said 19.
19 total. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the Caliphate, she that shrouds. All right. Well, so there are some very concerning things you see about her. The majority of the information that you get about this person, or this entity rather, it's not a person, is that it comes from cultists that have been abducted. There have been numerous cults to each of these creatures. Of course there are, right? And they all might have slightly different opinions, but they kind of carry certain motifs. And there's one group of name that's kind of used frequently whenever one of these groups appears. They tend to be separated, don't tend to work together, right? They tend to be different factions. But you find this collection about these terrible people that done terrible things, right? And so they kind of give you their spin of their perspective on it. They try to describe their perspective on it, but they also are like, these people are monsters, right? So the Twilight's Masquerade, or as more commonly known as the Cult of Masks, is a group of paranoid individuals that worship the Caliphate as a deity of forbidden knowledge. These members each crave taboo arts or knowledge that has been forgotten or lost in history. These cultists are heavily egotistical and narcissistic, specifically fearful of competitors. Each sees themselves as destiny's chosen and wishes to rob any would-be threat of their very knowledge they possess. This is kind of like, this is like almost like a, let's say an investigator, a PI, or like, some kind of sergeant that's been researching these people. It's like his notes as he's been writing this like kind of collective work about this group, the Twilight's Masquerade, or as the police would refer to them, or the guard as the Cult of Masks, right? So internally they refer themselves as the Twilight's Masquerade because that sounds cooler. They wouldn't call themselves a cult, right? The cult circles are often broken into hierarchies where the most capable is at the top. Those beneath them often find themselves doing back-breaking labor in hopes of gaining their master's attention to be rewarded with secrets of their own. Secrets that they hope will be just the edge necessary for them to unseat their current master and then replace it with themselves. Maybe if their service is good enough, even she that shrouds might notice them and reward them in kind. The cultist's paranoia causes them to frenetically hide any would-be lore or spell they uncover, only showing the bare minimum to their masters by keeping any surplus for themselves, each bidding their own time, waiting for the right moment to then supplant the one ahead of them. The patron of the Cult of Masks, the Calathep, is thought to also be a paranoid entity herself. She is documented as having hidden thousands of discoveries, technologies, or magical arts across the planes, only accessing them herself to lure or reward a promising candidate. On that subject, recruitment for this order is rather unusual. It appears that one is not approached, but rather discovers a calling card. A person seeking lost information in the world will eventually one day stumble upon a secret crypt protected by a complex cipher. Only the most talented of minds is able to crack these demanding puzzles. Typically, there are intentional breadcrumbs that lead the coveting person towards this cult. From there, an existing member judges the character of the would-be acolyte. If they express the proper characteristics, the lore that person wants is dangled in front of them. If they prove incompatible, they are either dismissed as being a quack chasing a fool's errand, or dealt with in an unsavory manner. Joining the cult requires you to meet certain tasks and objectives to prove your station or to advance. Failure to meet these expectations prompts demotion or punishments. Higher-ranking members are exposed to increasingly more and more difficult tasks to move further and further up. New members can quickly find themselves in a downward spiral if they don't get the proper momentum. Several of our key informants were asylees fleeing from a cycle they could never break on their own. Much like other cults of the Elder Gods, the Cult of Masks' goals are unclear. We know that much of their activities is ransacking places of known and forgotten lore, only to then bury that lore elsewhere. Some members use these uncovered tidbits of information to commit heinous acts, while others bide their time waiting for the answers they truly seek. Their actions are contradictory, which causes all the more confusion. This is a very complex entity that these guys are representing, and this is the best information they have really about she that shrouds. It's all this inferencing. They kind of are hoping that she is similar to that of which she curries or cultivates rather, and so they think that there's probably a relationship, that they're probably very similar, but not a lot really about her other than she seems to be a crazy paranoid mess that's trying to hide things for whatever reasons, and the cultists themselves aren't quite sure of it. It seems that they are much more power motivated for their own personal agendas, and that it's almost like it's a pyramid scheme where she brings them in and keeps them in an endless cycle of supplanting the one above of them, which just makes sense for such a paranoid, narcissistic group that each thinks they're the main character of the world, right? So, but you find out about this, and it's kind of scary because it's like, as you're seeing this, you're like, was that the kind of people I was messing with when I accidentally got braided to Elran? Were they going to try to bring me into her? But then you're kind of like, no, I didn't quite run into like a puzzle or a cipher, right? Like that one was a different arrangement. I was taking a job, so that was kind of more like an entrapment thing. This was not like do you have the right kind of mind to be in this kind of line of work, right? So it doesn't quite fit the MO, but it's kind of an interesting perspective to see that the other cults have these unique kind of like structures. Some might have none, and some might have others like this, and that kind of makes you go, geez, does that witch horde also have a whole cult that's commonly known to them? Should I be aware of them? Should I be concerned? But at that point, you're like, oh shit, 4 hours has gone by, and you're like, damn it, I'm out of time. So that's what you get from the Shit at Shrouds dive. Congratulations. Let's go ahead and move on to Doma. Is there anything that you wish to look into?
Yeah, I wanna... Okay, so far we know there's a few tieflings up north. I want to research, because people tell me all the bloody time...
East,
that
not north.
Okay.
East.
Okay. It's true. I guess we're at a different angle. Where was I? Anyway, now that we know they're up north, and I'm told
East!
all the time... That...
East, my man! East!
You're welcome.
North is the Medan! Why would they be north? East! Jaltor's east!
Alright, east.
What are they doing up north?
God!
We should check it.
Anyway, I want to reference search for... people tell me all the time tieflings show up in history in great times of peril. I want to figure out what those times were.
Okay, good luck. Good luck. Investigation roll. Holy crap! I don't think you can do it. I don't think you have the plus to do it.
Rude.
I just don't. I think you only have like a plus. It's a +1 intelligence, right? So
my intelligence is fine.
We'll see. Roll it, my man.
I'm looking. See if
that 20 incoming.
You got the 21. Not enough.
That's a 3.
Yeah.
I'm gonna re-roll it with my lucky because why not? That's a 16. So 17.
17 total. Yeah. There are.
Give me a sliver, damn you.
There is basically nothing. You find nothing on the topic. You find some information about tieflings, which is kind of weird because they have appeared, but there wasn't ever like a prophetic. Oh, it's because of these events that are happening, right? So it's kind of like maybe the people that you've been talking with are kind of maybe fate believers, right? And they think there's bigger things happening, but this analogy you have here doesn't seem like that's the kind of person that's wrote this. It seems like they're much more of a scientist, or rather just like they're fact jumping. And so there's commentation about tieflings and existing and what they think about tieflings, but there's no like, well, we've had tieflings here, here, and here, and these were the major events that were blah 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 blah. They don't have it. You just didn't meet the benchmark. It could exist, it might not exist here in the repository of the secluded section, unfortunately.
Right.
But if you want, I can give you more information about tieflings. Yeah. So what you did find, right, is that, I mean, it's basically what you know, right? That
what I should know as being a tiefling.
They believe that there's a couple theories of what tieflings are. Some believe that they are mortal souls that went to hell and then got partial infernal into them, but weren't completely devilized, and that they managed to get back here occasionally. But they think that this person believes that tieflings are denizens of hell. They think that they belong in hell. They don't think that they are native to this plane. They think there's some kind of weird, maybe some marriage between a divine entity and a non-divine entity that caused them. It does note that from the interactions of the tieflings that have been studied, that magics that should affect outer planar things don't affect them, which is very peculiar. But nonetheless, this person thinks that maybe it's because of this weird splicing, this matrimony of a non-divine hand and a divine hand, making a new existence. There's some fear by this author that thinks that maybe tieflings are supposed to be the next evolutionary step, but this person kind of laughs at that notion, going like, is almost laughing at himself, like, no, that's a crazy thought. Like, this kind of seems more like a self-diary rather than like a whole like, this is my opinion and everything. It's just it's kind of like got some countering arguments to himself and his own penmanship. But nonetheless, he poses that idea like, are they a matrimony between gods and not? Or is this supposed to be the next evolution of humans? I find that might be preposterous, you know. They don't seem to have that much better traits than we have. They do seem to have resistance to fire, and they do seem to have some innate magic capabilities. So, I mean, that could be an advancement. Could be, though. I do not like the horns. Let's put this off.
Snap the book shut. Don't like the author, like the theory. I put it back.
Okay. All right, and then finally, our newest member to the group. Is there anything at all that Lumi would like to look at on?
Well, obviously not. I know nothing of the world. But because we've been here for 4 fucking hours, I imagine my character would at some point get bored of doing this and just scroll through. Is there anything about the Fae? Just about any part of the Fae? My character doesn't know a lot about where he's from, so this would be a cool time to learn what the people of this place think the Fae is like.
You can roll an investigation check.
Alright. Not great. I think my mod isn't going to help me too much here either. That is going to be a total of a 7.
Right. Man, it takes you a while just to find it, right? Because you just don't know how the Dewey Decimal System works. You don't know how to find the materials. You're just kind of like randomly grabbing books, right? There's this whole like non-culture that you have with your character, with about a civilized library. And you're like, man, this would be just so much easier if it was like a spell I could do that would just like look for me, and then like, you know, as if like it was a Google search or something. But nonetheless, as you eventually find some things about the Feywild, but it's kind of the gist information that a player would probably have by default, right? That it's a kingdom that is a plane, I should say, that's adjacent to the material plane. It's very close to the material plane, and that the denizens are, well, relatively this person puts them as nefarious. They don't seem to follow the same moral compass that those of us are. They don't seem to care about the well-being of those they use. They're very selfish and narcissistic entities. And then this person argues to you that you probably shouldn't want to associate to them. So don't go there unless you want to, you know, turn into a squirrel for the rest of your life.
This person must have had a bad run-in.
Oh, there's some talks about how pixies are like the worst of the worst.
Oh, I don't like pixies either.
They're just so happy and so overly friendly, but I can see it. There's an insidious undertone there. They're probably cannibals or something. So if they ever offered to have tea with them, always refuse. Never drink tea with a pixie.
My God, what sort of awful interactions does this person have?
All right.
That's what you get, and then it's like everyone's kind of like closing up, like, all right, that was a good read, and then
Krista count as a pixie?
She's technically a sprite.
Okay.
Technically a sprite is what she's supposed to be in her monster stat. All right, so gosh, 4 hours has gone by. You guys could head back and regroup with Baldric, who's going to be dog tired, or you guys could say, we'll keep this. He can handle himself, and you'll just keep researching. You don't have to leave, but
I mean, he knows where we're at, and I mean, if we're staying the night here anyway. So
unless there's I'm kind of getting hungry, so I mean, if you guys want to get something to eat and then maybe come back, I mean, have been here for 4 hours.
We can take a break.
Sure, we can go get food and get Baldric.
I bet
Oh,
you.
that was in character.
I think we should all just kind of give him a pep talk. Let him know how much we appreciate his company here and all the sacrifice he does for us.
No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
We're going to have to start giving pep talks to everyone, though. Yes.
Yeah. We got each other's backs.
Exactly.
All right, so you guys close up your shop for a bit, and as you head out, you leave the Aurora district, head to the Aureate district, get to Lemir's Emporium, and Relina is in her shop at the moment. Hey, hi, good morning to you, or more like almost afternoon now. Baldric's in the back still. You guys make your way past. You go in the back area.
Roger, go hand back a bit to ask Relina something.
Can I help you, Roderick?
Yeah, first, how are you?
You know, I'm doing okay. I'm kind of happy the spell got complete, so that's great. Haven't made a spell of this strength in a long time, so... Or actually ever. I've made some other spells of more trivialness.
I'm glad this really worked out. This worked out really well. Glad to help you out with that.
Right. And she kind of looks at you suspiciously for a moment.
Why the face?
Oh, I'm just trying to see if there's some motive to this conversation. Is there something you want from me?
No, well, oh, you know what? As a thought, yes. As another side thought, I wasn't thinking about that, but now there's a possibility for this. No, so we're gonna be going out, right? I had a question with regards to those. Remember the whole sending stone?
You're the
thing?
ones that Evie bought?
Yeah. Is there you happen to have more? So I'm just kind of keep in contact with multiple people just in case.
Unfortunately, that was the last pair I had. Sorry.
No, it's no problem. Appreciate it though.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if you could learn magic like Baldric, I could teach you the sending spell.
I mean, who says I can't?
Never seen you carry a
And she kind of looks you over and she sees no spell book.
not quite certain how you,
Oh, I get you. No, I don't know. Maybe something I'll just have to restart as far as for studies. Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, becoming a wizard and stopping the warlock is a really good step. Kind of disassociate, disassociate yourself from whatever that is you're chained to. Because, Roderick, like we talked about way back at Fort Tall, they ain't good. They're bad. They're really bad. They don't want to work with you. They want to use you. Which is kind of like the whole thing I was trying to stress to you. Like, maybe you should stop being a warlock as soon as possible. And I see that you've only developed your skills more, so I think you kind of threw my advice into the can, but it is what it is.
It's not that I disregard your advice. It's more so kind of there was a need for it, unfortunately.
But that's how they get you. There's always a need. Whenever you're about to leave, they're like, oh, what about this? And oh, what about that? Oh, you're so close to this reward. Right? Or recruit this person, join the pyramid scheme. It's never convenient. You have to just if you can get it out, you take it. You don't sit around and get baited for more power. As soon as you can leave, you gotta leave, Roderick, or you're never leaving. And then what happens to you then? I mean, I see how Evie looks at you. I mean, you gotta think about her, right? What about her if you can't stay with her, right? You're not gonna hurt my best friend, right?
No, never.
Right. So there's a lot to consider. I know it's not easy, but there's a lot to consider.
If only it's so easy just to change things abruptly.
I think the first thing would be to stop what you're doing, but I mean that's probably a whole problem on its own. Because some of them are just not like I can stop. Some of them are like you gotta get a genie to wish you out of the contract. So
genies. Oh yeah.
Yeah, powerful creatures from the elemental planes. Yeah, can grant wishes.
They seem probably a little easier to deal with than what I have to deal with.
They kind of make pacts too, so be aware. I don't usually give things out for free. Everything's
Nobody
like that,
does.
right? Yeah, exactly. Everyone's like that.
All right. Thank you, Relena. Then
Sure.
you'll kind of
Alright,
start walking back.
be careful.
Thanks, you too.
You make your way in the back there, and there's Baldric, who's got bags under his eyes, and he's managed to complete all his spells. He's got the silence spell in, and he's also got his.
I made a mistake. Silence spell is not something a wizard can learn. I just realized this, so I can't know silence.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Bard, cleric, and ranger. Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Is there another different second level spell you would want to add?
Yeah, I'm looking into it right now.
Yeah, you want it because it's a ritual. That's why you wanted it. So. Well, anyhow, so I mean, if you could figure it out, we can have you add it in later. If not, we can have you just refund the money. It's either or.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so the group gathers together, and there's kind of like this awkwardness as Baldric looks incredibly exhausted.
Oh yes. Did I share with you the
We'll get you some coffee.
No. Did I share with you a sort of discovery that I had uncovered in one of my breaks?
The Marin thing?
Yes. That, yes. Did I share it with you?
Yes.
Yes, you did.
And that you think it might have been Aradun.
Yes.
But it also could have not been. It could have been a different plane of existence with ice and frigidness. But since there was such a high frequency of giants, it lines up.
Good. I'm kind of losing track of things that happened because I haven't had sleep for a while here. Yes. Good. Well, what now?
We were gonna get some food. Did you want to join us?
I suppose I should nourish my body with something before it falls apart. Yes. Where are we going? No spice.
You sure? We could eat some spice.
No spice. No.
We could stop
Spice?
by
Yes.
my home if
Baldric
you want
loves
that,
spice.
or we could hit a restaurant here in Windheim if you'd like instead.
Well, but it doesn't matter. I mean, we're here for the evening anyway to get Baldric some sleep. I don't think we have anything else on the agenda, so...
Wait, we're staying here another night? Why did I work through the night then? I thought we were getting out of here.
So that you could sleep, so that would we travel tomorrow with you fresh.
And why didn't I just sleep last night and work through the day?
I don't know why you did what you did.
I thought he had every intention of leaving.
I don't know.
I mean, would you like to leave now?
You're
I thought
only
we
down
had
there.
to. I thought there was a sort of expectation of being hasty and getting out on the road.
I mean, to be fair, I was under that assumption as well, but Evelyn seems to think we should let you sleep.
You do look tired.
I am tired because I stayed up all night to read.
I mean, if you would like to get on the road, we could maybe let you ride with someone on horse.
We would need enough horses for everyone for the full journey, right? Otherwise,
Right.
what
A whole other person now too, actually. Unless you have a horse in your bag or something.
My bag is not nearly that.
Not
big.
you, Lumi.
Oh.
I could become a horse.
What?
I can summon something like that.
Oh, Lumi can be a shapeshifter.
I love
Didn't
that. What?
them do that? They became something once.
You
didn't
did
they?
not see him become the donkey because you were helping Relina
Yeah.
with this. Yeah, so you do not know this.
Wait. You can do polymorph. Is that what you're telling me? Yes.
Well, I mean, yes, I can also do polymorph, but no, I was referring to I can change my shape.
How familiar is druidic magic out there?
You have like a +9 in like all the major.
Yeah.
You know it.
Oh.
Yeah, you're a pretty crafty son of a bitch.
Old magic, the old things. This makes sense. You are from the Feywild too, is what you said. I suppose that aligns. How long can you be a quadruped? Or late?
10 hours?
Yeah, that's a half your level rounded down, I think. So yeah, it'd be 5 hours, but you can do it twice for 210. Yeah, which is a whole day of travel.
Pretty good.
How many animals do we have now? How many steeds?
It would be 6 steeds, would it not?
It was lose
7
one.
if we count Lumi.
You guys had 6 party members, but one of the mounts was Doma's horse or elk. So you have 5.
Horse.
You have technically 5 in your envoy, but Doma could bring Vortex back whenever he wants.
I guess we should. I guess before we even discover our travel plans, I guess we should say this: is there any other business that we need here in Windheim? If there's something else here, then I'm gonna go to sleep. I don't know. Now you can just do without me. But if there's nothing else that's holding us here, then we should make plans for actual travel.
Do we need to buy anything, like any restocking rations, magic supplies, incense.
We already did rations.
Inks.
I have a lot of rations.
Spell
A very
components
much so
that
lot.
for spells maybe that we need while we're out and
All right.
about. Because
I
we
guess
might not
I
be
need-
back to Windheim in anytime soon.
I need pearls now that that's a consumed component of the Lemir's lofty
lounge.
What was it again? Lounge.
I can give you my coin. I don't have any need for it.
I don't know how much party funds is in Evelyn's bag, so I couldn't. I couldn't tell you.
He whips out Call whips out his coin pouch, which is probably, besides Lumi, the lightest coin pouch amongst all of us, and hands you 50 gold.
All right, 50 gold is 1 pearl.
Lumi's pouch looks to be about a 15-pound bag weighing down on his side.
Oh. Yeah. I have enough gold to buy food and lodging. Good.
All right, well, 1 pearl.
I think Evelyn's
here's
got there's got to be like 1,000 gold in the. I mean, there's also the fucking gem. Oh no, we sold most of the gems. Doma has a whole bunch of extra money that's supposed to go, I think, to the.
I have minus my gold.
I thought I handed it to the party fund. I got 200.
I don't have
gold.
access to our party funds. I think the party funds has at least 1,000 gold in it. So
Yeah, I think there's more than that, but
it probably is, but 1,000 gold would be safe.
Yeah, so it's okay. We do the personal stuff for now. So Roderick would give Baldric another 100 gold.
Okay,
We do have a party funds number listed.
Do we?
Yes, it is
Where?
in the pinned
I
message.
would think that probably having 4 pearls is probably a good mix, right? Because you can only maybe.
Four
Sure.
Only
pearls,
had 2
forecast.
pearls I had. Huh?
It doesn't have to be pearl. It could be like even crushed pearl. So if you bought a bigger pearl, it's only going to consume up to the 50 gold mark of it.
Right. Well, I'm looking to get 200 gold worth, 200
Yeah.
golds, forecast worth of it. I think forecast is probably a good place to hold for this.
I mean,
spell.
if it depends on how long you guys are going to be out and about and how often you think you're going to use said spell. Yeah, if you're thinking that this journey is going to be like 2 weeks, then that would be 4 pearls spread out over 14 days. So if you're doing it once every 3 days, that's about right. But if you were going to do it more often, I mean, that's why you have to kind of budget it.
I need 50 more gold. I need 50
You
more.
got it. You have 50 of my gold.
Okay, cool. So that 50 came from Akal, 100 came from Roderick, and 50 came from Doma.
How much money was listed in your little pinned party funds?
I don't know.
3,100 some gold.
That was definitely spent on magic items.
No,
I'm down to
No,
179.
this number is posted just before the hiatus. So this is we haven't done any shopping since then.
Yeah.
So this is an updated number. It is
Well, I would feel more than
3,168
comfortable
gold.
with you guys to easily access 1,000 of that because I'm pretty sure you have 1,000. So you could give Baldric 1,000 gold right now, and I don't think it'd be a problem. And we'd say it'd come from that.
I need to be giving me for just spell components though.
But if not, if you just want to be playing it safe, I mean, unfortunately, Owl's not here who has that.
I mean, I don't recall. Did we, Doma? Do you have a diamond for Revivify?
How about this?
Question.
You
sure I do, yeah.
have more. You have plenty. You have like 4 diamonds. So you should be fine on that. I think the following. I'll let you retcon to buy some resources if necessary when we're down the road when Owl does get back with us. She won't be here next week, so I will accommodate this and say that you guys, since you're focused on it, you spent enough money to do whatever, right? So I mean, as long as it's not more than what the party funds currently has in it, which we're thinking it's anywhere from 1,000 to 3,000, I'm fine with that money being distributed to Baldric at some point, and then you guys could have bought whatever reagents you needed from Lemire. Rolina, so just to kind of like hex speed it up, Rolina is more than willing to help sell some things. In fact, as you find her in the front of the shop, she was actually writing a scroll, and then she goes,
Oh, perfect! Right, yes. In fact, I wanted to give this to you for your guys' help on it. This, in fact, is my new spell on a spell scroll. So if you don't have the means to do it because you're tapped, you can just use this real quick and you'll be able to get yourselves Geppin going in 10 minutes. So here, Baldric, you can take this. You do need to be an Arcanist, so I guess technically Evie could cast it too, but you or Evie would be able to cast this spell.
No, I'm kidding.
So, Baldric, you can add a spell scroll of Lemire's Lofty Lounge into your inventory.
Epic. Alright.
I could use this fucking scroll, right?
No, it's of arcane, so you have to be one of the classes that could read it.
Or I can use it.
Roger can use it.
You can't cast the magic to do it, so you could try, but it could fail miserably, and you would lose the scroll.
Who was that directed at?
That was at Thoric. Roderick, you cannot because warlocks aren't allowed to learn it. It was bards, artificers, wizards, and sorcerers were the classes that could pick it up, I believe.
Eldritch Knight takes from the wizard list.
Yes, but it's a 5th level spell, which you can't cast 5th level magic. So you would have to do a roll to try to be able to upcast it beyond a spell you're capable of, and that invites the opportunity of failure. Well, Baldric automatically succeeds.
All right.
I know what spell I replaced with silence. I will do a 3rd level spell instead. I'll do sending. We should have that spell in our.
Woo! It's back, baby.
If it's prepared, not a ritual spell. I can't spam it.
Well, we're on travel. We can wait a day traveling.
There's other things. There's other things that are very useful, especially now that mind repairing insane people. I don't have any outs for us on that. So I guess we're rely
looking toward
on
the divine for there.
A lesser restoration from a paladin or something. Restore sanity. I don't know.
Right. Shopping is done. So
you guys
get some food and sleep.
Eat some dinner. Unless there's something else you guys wish to do, conversations. I'm not going to deprive you of that. I mean, it's your last night in Windheim before you're going to be hitting the road and be pushing yourself really hard. I imagine Evelyn would have wanted to do a last reprieve moment. I just don't know what it would be. So, but surely she would want to spend some lounge time with Roderick. Maybe a little of an official
or she
date.
talks with her ma.
When was the last time Roderick took her on a date?
Yeah, how are they going to do a date if she's not here?
Yeah.
The role play is gone.
I know. I just think that she probably would want it. Anywho, nonetheless, anything anyone wants to do. Any sightseeing, any conversations, nothing? Okay. Then you guys go get some dinner. We'll just say you ate at Zestiris. I mean, it's free and it's high class food, so why would you not just? Yeah, I mean, they can pretty much cook whatever you want. So, waffles.
Aldrich is watching Roderick very carefully. Does Roderick ever walk into the kitchen or towards the kitchen?
And again?
Does Roderick ever walk towards the kitchen or go into the kitchen?
No, I didn't hear what was said before that.
Aldrich is eyeing Roderick very closely, keeping tabs on where he's going when they're at the Zastira estate. Does Roderick ever walk towards the kitchen or into the cooking preparing area? I don't trust you. I think he's going to spike my food again with spice. That's what Baldric is thinking.
No way.
He's not.
Okay, good. Then I will not use my own rations. I will eat at the Zastira estate.
Okay. All right. So, all right, you guys eat whatever the food is, and you go to sleep. No watches, nothing. We trust it. No assassins.
We're in a house.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's safe. It's very safe.
Yeah, we get ambushed. Is everybody wearing their armor while they sleep, like sociopaths?
I don't think they are. You're not. No, you're not, because you don't wear armor. So that's not how it works. Okay, stop wasting your hand. All right.
He has leather armor on.
No, I have no armor.
So.
No armor? Oh no.
All right, so we all go to bed, and we all go to sleep. And morning comes. Thoric, can you please roll an intelligence savings throw?
Oh my god. Yes, I can.
You're feeling the curse. The drain of the Shadow Blade.
Hee. And then intelligence. Oh, my computer froze. I'm smart though.
It's the curse.
Plus 3.
It's because it's true.
17, Mr. DM.
Okay.
Is he with?
Once again, your hand wakes up this morning, and it's numb, like as if you've been sleeping on it.
I gotta stop sleeping on my arm, I guess. That must be all there is to it. Nothing more.
Yep. All right. So you guys, it's early morning today. Baldric, you feel so much better. Your exhaustion's gone. You can actually keep your eyes open. You might be sipping some tea or coffee anyways, just to get that little extra kick in your day. But everyone kind of gathers in the morning in the table, and you guys are eating, and there's waffles, and there's all this kind of commotion about like, all right, we're gonna get out there, gotta go. And Niera happens to be at the table with you today, and she's kind of like, sharing whatever anecdote she can. And so you guys have that time go by before it's like, all right, we gotta get going. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning now. Daylight is out, right? And we gotta get moving. It's gonna be a week travel by horse to get to Westwind. So you guys are gonna be on the road for a very long time, right? So you guys cleaned yourselves up, you showered, you cleaned up, right? Chauncey trimmed your mane, right? Mr. Ikal, you got it all.
He braided it a little bit, you know? Made it look nice.
Like I sent to you in that meme gif, you do look suddenly very young and no longer grizzled anymore.
Yeah. Looks like a hero Catman should.
He looks like he's a kid. It looked like he lost 5 years off his. Okay. So with that, Roderick, as you were kind of like kneeling before you leave, there's a person, a silhouette in the front of the door as you're about to like leave the room, right? And there's an elven individual with gray hair slicked back, with white gloves on, and he's wearing his like suit. Chauncey's there in front of you. Mr. Greycrow, how are we doing today?
Well, how are you?
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I know that you are about to leave with my Auburn Rose, and I just wanted to stress how important her safety happens to be. I can trust you to take care of her, right? To not let her wilt in the sun?
Of course. The sun.
Are you lying? Are you persuading? Are you?
No, he's telling the truth.
Telling the truth. All right. Can you make a persuasion roll?
Why persuasion?
Because you're telling the truth. You're trying to persuade him.
Oh,
goddamn trust.
Advantage is just the truth.
You know what we're up against. There is danger.
All right. That is a 22 total.
So his features seem, his jaw clenches for a moment, and then his features seem to soften just a little bit. Good, of course. I knew I could trust you. And with that, I wish to present to you the outfit that I was painfully tailoring for you for the last few days to make sure that your current drab would no longer be embarrassing the Zastira name or our fine mistress, Evelyn. And he presents to you this finely crafted suit in front of you that looks like it's been made by a master tailor. It's like black. It's kind of got these like golden epaulets on the side. It's almost like militaristic, right? But it's all cloth, right? So it's not gonna. But it's kind of like that, Prince Charming from like Cinderella look, right? It looks very like French military, right? And he's like, if you would please don this and these new shoes, and he presents to you these like cleanly oiled and buffered like loafers, and stop wearing that, and perhaps just maybe throw those garments that you have there into the bin instead.
Thank you. Yeah, but I mean, will this be okay for, kind of road travel?
Absolutely. I've tailored it so that it would be comfortable both on horse, off horse, in the dirt, out of the dirt. At a fancy ball, not in a fancy ball, wherever you happen to be, you will be clean and pristine in front of Miss Evelyn.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I would put this on just yet, considering it may draw extra attention. But this will be definitely something to surprise her with.
I think you should put it on now.
he's like standing in the doorway. Like
he is. He's just like
right now.
I believe it would be in your best interest to put it on now.
Roger looks left to right. Like, is he threatening me?
The lights closing in around you. You feel an aura.
He's too strong.
Would you also like me to clean up your face? I mean, the new hair is growing in. We could get that shaved up again too.
Flicks out a blade.
Okay, all right. I'll acquiesce. I will keep my old clothes though.
Very well.
And
Just don't wear on the front of the lady, please. Or with the lady. Or around the lady. Just throw them out, but you may do what you with your assets. Do you switch to the new outfit?
Yes.
All right. It's comfortable. It's not like you thought it might be too tight, might be too restrictive, but it's not. It's actually comfortable. The shoes aren't chafing. It actually, he seems to be quite the good let's say seamster or entrepreneur and such apparel. So with that, and he offers to shave you again, but if you refuse, you can shave yourself. So did you want to be clean shaven again before your new journey?
Yeah, why not?
All right, so to everyone else's shock, Broderick comes out a little bit late, but he comes out as Prince Charming Roderick in front of everyone, and he stands out so much more. He actually looks like he's the top dollar. He looks even more Ritz than Evelyn does at the moment.
Don't look at me.
John stays in the background, and he's just kind of like, "Oh yes, my work. It's so beautiful." Oh.
Are we meeting someone important before we leave?
Let's go.
Wait,
you guys rush out, but saying goodbye. Evelyn says goodbye to her mother and hugs her. Baldrick's kind of confused as you guys leave the Sistera
elbows with people. And is this for the Westingtons when we drop off the item that we found with the Chimera?
So as you get out towards the outside the front of the Verdant Rose, there's your horses already gathered there. It looks like one of the servants, the woman that has the long black hair, she went and got all 5 of your horses from the stables and just brought them up to the front for you guys to walk out or ride out as you see fit. You do see, to your disappointment, that there does appear to be some overcast today. Much like you saw 2 nights ago with Thorak, there was a storm front coming. And yesterday, there really wasn't too much rain, but there was a little bit of drizzle, but you guys managed to avoid a lot of it. But today, your journey is going to be having rain when you hit the road, unfortunately. And it's not quite drizzling yet, but you can like taste it. That humidity's close to the point where, and it's going to be drizzling soon, unfortunately. But you guys have to move. You got places to be. And so do you mount up? Do you get on the horses, or do you just walk with them as you leave Windheim?
Well, of course we mount up, I would assume.
All right, so you have 5 horses and you have 7 persons.
We'll walk with the horses until we leave Windheim, no? Isn't it rude?
I don't know. What is the correct thing to do?
You could ride in even the Verdant Rose. There are roads, so you could ride out. It's perfectly acceptable.
On the Tralfond, where they wanted us not to have horses.
Yeah, that was on the high road. I mean, technically you're allowed to do it too, right? So it's just like if Doma was gonna try to sprint out with Aniel, and that was going to look very incriminating. To have a guy running away with a woman that's I'm kidnapping a woman from the palace, right? And I'm also a devil human, so it's kind of like really incriminating. People will come to conclusions very quick. So just to save up, you guys mount on the horses and you trot your way through Windheim. You pass the Verdant Rose. It's nice out. It's clean air. Despite the soon to be rain, you guys then trot your way through the Aurora.
They're on horses then.
Huh?
Who are the 2 people that are on
Yes,
horses?
That's a good question. That's why I wanted to know. So what was the plan?
Not.
So what was the plan for Lumi and the? I'm assuming Doma.
Yeah, because
Vortex.
Doma has Vortex and Lumi probably.
So are you burning the spell slot to summon Vortex?
Yep.
All right. So then Lumi, it's the questions. What do you do?
I'm just waiting till we get out of town to transform.
All right. So yeah, you're gonna walk. They're gonna be a little bit slower to stay in pace with you, because even a horse when it's kind of like trotting, cantering, it's usually faster than walking, especially for your tinier legs. Anywho, you guys at Lumi's pace make your guys' way through Windheim. You pass by the Luriva Institute of Ascended Hearts. You guys were just there doing some research. Yeah, You didn't see the High Scholar yesterday, but you got your goodbyes to him earlier. There's that kind of like one more thing. Like, was there anything else we needed to ask him? Was there anything else we needed to do in the library? And it's like, no, I can't quite think of anything. So we're like, all right, we're good. You guys kind of look toward the Ori district where Aureliana's shop would be, and you're going, is there anything else we need to do there? No, but I think we'll be good. We'll be good. We got enough of what we need. You skirt around the road. You're now on the Grandview Park, where there's the Arc Bengala to the north. There's Pikes Point Plaza to the south. You pass by the statue of the 3 heroes of the second calamity. And you then skirt your way across there's 2 bridges. There's the South Bridge, and there's the North Bridge that leads out to the Laurels. And so you kind of get that choice of which one you want to leave. Now, to make it easy for you, the South Bridge leads towards the route to go to out towards
Alabaster Highway.
Yep, Alabaster Highway. In fact, this portion of the highway is the Alabaster Highway. It goes right on this bridge too. So you guys go on the southern bridge. You're in the Laurels. Yep. You will pass by Geldens to go over this road. You guys were there for a couple interactions. The Arcane Annex is to the northwest. There's all these houses of middle class, and as you kind of get more in the outskirts, maybe a little bit less quality houses of that city, but you're passing by. There's a large amount of population gathering. There's things being sold and bartered. The Laurels has its own separate commerce. You guys really haven't done much in the Laurels, but you guys are kind of the richer sort now. I mean, you're definitely richer than your standard person, even after all the money you've spent.
Roderick looks rich now. Dang.
Roderick looks very rich now, actually. Yeah.
As we're walking, coming across, Lark is just gonna stop for like a minute and just buy a bunch of weapons. That's it. I'll send you a list later.
Okay. Yeah. It's gonna be a flat value. Yeah. Just make sure you don't go over your weight limit. And then there's also a volume limit of how much your bag can hold. Keep that in mind, right? So you can't stock up on 8 great axes because your bag just can't hold 8 great axes, right? So
but I'm sure some weapons have their own holsters that don't count towards the bag.
I'm just gonna let you know if I see it where it's gonna be it doesn't seem believable to me. I'm gonna say, hey, it's not, and then we're gonna have to shoot some of this down, right? So just keep in mind that a bag does have a capacity of how much you can throw it on top of it. You can't just put 8 wand swords in a bag. It just doesn't do it. So, all right. So unless you want to use the people's bag to holding, which you guys have plethora of. Yeah, I think there's 3 or 4 in the group now. Anywho,
real man. I carry my things.
So trotting out of the Laurels and down the Alabaster Highway. And the Alabaster Highway is made of Hothasa. That's why the name Alabaster is associated to it. It's got this brilliant white shine to it. If the sunlight was out, it almost would be like snow. It'd almost be blinding. And it's clean because the stone is resistant to trauma and injury, as well as cold. And an Alabaster Highway is a good idea for Hothasa because when it gets cold and then the rain and a freezing does a lot of damage to roads, this would be a smart choice to have made for Hothasa. It seems like it's an intelligent choice. And so you guys are trailing on, and this road's kind of similar to those Roman highways, right? It's got several layers to it, and the top layer happens to be that brilliant white stone, and there actually are gutters on the side to kind of encourage rainwater to drift away. And you can see that there is a fresh kind of coat of dew and humidity and previous rain and puddles out in the kind of muds areas to the side, or the forest and the grass on the side. And you guys eventually break out of Windheim. And it's been a long time since we have the opportunity to leave Windheim. So you're out of Windheim. And it's a journey for you guys to start moving by horse. And so I'm gonna just remind you all here. So I won't be offended if you say, hey DM, I'd like to say X, Y, and Z, and we can interrupt it. If it's a moment where I can't have an interruption, then I'll say I can't, right? So if you want to talk to someone, if you've got something you see, you're free to interrupt me and say, hey, I want to do this. Or if I see something like that, just inquire, right? I'm gonna remind you that you are free to do this. Otherwise, it's gonna be me talking for a very long period of time because we're gonna be narrating your travels through through Windheim country. So I'll invite you to look over at the map, right? We're going to use the little Krista token. So you guys are technically right here at a Windheim. And you're going to go across this road, head south to this junction, and then head west, eventually get in front of Niscaria, and then end up in Westwind, right? That's the route you're taking. It takes 2 weeks by foot or 1 week by horse. That's what it happens to be. It's going to be quite a long journey. Evelyn kind of refers to you guys, because most of you don't have the luxury of having horseback and moving around with horseback. Evelyn remarks that it's going to be about a day of travel to get to the junction. And the junction actually has an unnamed town on it. It's not big enough to be on the map, but there's an unnamed town there. It's called Runoa. And Runoa is kind of this like upstart that maybe soon will be big enough where they'll probably have cartographers put on it, but it's not there now. And so we're kind of hoping that we get to Runoa by dusk, because that will be where we can maybe get an inn or a place we can stable the horse to let them rest and not be in the rain, right? And there's kind of that reminder that you guys gotta look skyward and you're like, yeah, it's gonna be probably storming later or definitely raining on us on the way through. So it's gonna make this trip miserable. It's not gonna be comfortable, but what else are you gonna do? You only have a lot of choices. So the journey goes. And so the first hour, no drizzle. It's slightly cool today, slightly cooler today because they're not getting direct sunlight on top of you. And it's kind of that like feeling, like as I mentioned, that humidity. You can feel like it's going to almost have precipitation at any moment, but it doesn't happen within the first hour. You just see a variety of animals out in the wilderness around you, between crows and other birds. I can't think of it, like sparrows or other small little birds that kind of running around, jumping and looking for nuts and worms or other grubs. You pass by a variety of farms, both on the west and on the east side of you. There's a lot of like open space. We're not really heavily congested in this portion of it, but you're in the Kovia Ron still. So let's just kind of remind you, the Kovia Ron is this massive flat land that goes for miles. And it's a large amount of it's like tall grass. Occasionally there's going to be some terrain difference where that grass has been turned into farmsteads. And there's just a lot of acreage of grass, and it's kind of like if it was a beautiful blue day with the sky out, it would look like an ocean of grass, right? But since the light's not quite hitting it with the right sheen right now, it looks much more duller colors. It's a little bit more depressing, a little bit more dreary. You guys are in late spring, right? So we're kind of moving towards about soon to be summer, not too far away. So the temperature's not too bad yet. It's not hot. It's not too cold right now. We're kind of in a nice, comfortable point. You do pass by a couple, people with wagons, farmers coming into it, or people that are coming up to Windheim to sell. You might pass by a group of people with private mercenaries. Maybe some of them are Bolden Breast. Maybe some of them are sellers from all the way from the Fleet to the south. There are a couple venturers that are headed north on this road you're going south. Most of the people that you're passed by, not too many, it's a little early, but not too many of them, but most of them seem to be kind of mercantile. They seem to probably be people that are on the eastern side of Windheim or south from the Solakal. You wouldn't really expect too much population from the western states. It kind of makes sense. You wouldn't expect it over here. And so traveling continues. You see a couple animals out in the fields. There's like horses grazing. There's cows grazing out there. And hours tick by. And then after a couple hours into the day, before you get to midday, unfortunately the rain starts. It's light, it's drizzle, but you're hearing that as it starts collecting up more and more frequency as more and more rain starts hitting the ground around you, hitting the road. There's no puddles immediately, but you can literally see that pattern of where the rain darkens the stone just a little bit. It's less white now. It's more gray as it starts soaking in the water. And you start feeling it pelting your clothing. It's hitting your hair. It's starting to wear you down. And as the minutes turn into dozens of minutes, you guys start getting wet. Regardless of how your effort, the drizzle as it is going to get water into portions of your clothing, into parts where you don't want it. And so you're starting to get heavy clothing. It's not heavy rain, but it's just that the moisture's been persistent long enough that it's starting to actually soak into your clothing that is not weathered or tempered to be rain resistant. Those of you that happen to have leathers and things that are oiled that help you prevent that aren't suffering as bad, but those of you that don't have that luxury are not enjoying it so much. Roderick, unfortunately for you, your outfit is, a great outfit. It's not designed in a way to be water repellent. And even your previous outfit was the same way. So it's not like it's a shock to you, but there was a kind of a hope that maybe this had some kind of special magic woven into it. But no, this appears to be just normal clothes that are just finely made. But it will have its limit. Eventually water will soak into it because it has to be cleaned through some method. So So it does stand. You do stand out like a sore thumb amongst this mirageny of more common-looking people. One not wearing any clothes basically at all, being a cat man. The other one wearing mix-matching chainmail / green boots. Doma looks like a wreck, man. He looks like one of those World of Warcraft classic clown suits, man. He does not.
It's very green and it's sophisticated.
The boots are green. The rest of it's not, dude. The chainmail you're wearing is the elven chainmail you found in Surat's cache. That was meant for.
That's green enough. It's
no,
elven.
it wasn't green. It's not. It's steel, dude.
It's elven. It's green enough.
Nope.
Right?
I don't. You're not changing it. You look like you scrapped.
I'm going back to town, dude. I need to see an outfitter.
Too late. You guys are on the road. You're like 2 hours, 3 hours out of wind time, and Doma's like, hey, we gotta go back.
Some guy in the sky called me a clown. I need to go back to the city, man.
Baldric's got his hood up right now. He's got his like dark shades of blue. His glasses are kind of like fogging up from his breath, kind of like getting to it. So he occasionally has to keep like wiping them to like fix the glasses again. Lumi, so when we hit the road, did you turn yourself into an animal, or did you just like, I'm gonna jump onto the back of someone else? I mean, you're pretty light, so it's kind of optional.
No, I'm an animal. Are they on like good quality horses or draft horses?
They are on horses, good quality horses. These horses are
war horses.
They're the ones that go 60 feet.
That's war horses.
Yeah. I don't know if it's war horse. I think it's this riding horse. I don't remember actually.
Riding might also go.
I don't think they got the health increase one. Those are like 400 gold, right? It's not those kind. I think it's riding. Survey
riding
says...
goes 60 feet. Yes.
Yes, horse riding, the 75 gold one, 60 feet. It's still a very good quality horse. It's meant for commuting, not for fighting.
Well, guess who's a war horse for the entirety of this journey, or at least the first half of it?
Without the armaments or the saddle or anything like that, there's one random like Mustang stallion just kind of like trotting with your group, kind of stands out. Any embellishments, any unusual flair you want to give to this animal? What kind of color palette or pelt?
No, he looks utterly mundane. Okay. Almost entirely.
And the rain's kind of like coming in, and it might look like it's matting the hair for the horse, but whatever. You guys just kind of can continue forward. Luckily, the road at the highway is really well designed. You guys are not getting mud. The stones are not chipping. It makes the commute very, very convenient overall. You're not getting that mud splash. The person in front of you is not kicking water on top of your face, right? You're getting to avoid that because of how well the road is actually constructed. All those dwarven mason lives that were sacrificed to expediently create the Alabasta Highway in the Age of Conquest. Yeah, you guys are benefiting from the effective slavery that was done thousands of years earlier.
Nice.
Right. Well, so as you're kind of commuting through the day and the hours are ticking by, you guys eventually stop for a lunch. You're like, about halfway towards your destination of the first day. So the sun's kind of...
Roderick goes at... Oh, check please!
Check please.
Yes, Roderick goes to the nearest tree and changes back to his old clothes. Sticking out.
Okay. You come back, and I just think Evelyn gives kind of an unfortunate, disapproving sigh. She probably liked you in the outfit.
Can you imagine how uncomfortable it would be changing out of wet clothes into more wet clothes?
No.
They were in a bag.
He finds a way.
Meditation.
Gets back into the clothes that are like, got some holes near the knees, and it's like it can use some stitching.
This is like halfway, so my wild shape is coming to a natural end at this point.
Yeah, sure. So I wasn't really going to complicate it. There's not too much and terribly inconvenient stuff.
Just that's the only way I can talk to people is if it's coming to a natural end.
Sure.
Yeah, but the moment it ends, he does a spin in the rain. He goes, "Oh, isn't the rain wonderful? I love the rain." He's extremely excited about it. And his normal clothing isn't wet, right? Because it's it's absorbed into you when you transform. I don't know if it shifts the same way.
You're fine.
I agree with you, Lumi. I think that the rain is wonderful. It does great wonders for my fur. I see, he's almost like washing himself.
The new braid he has is starting to come undone already.
Yeah. It's a natural fucking... Say again?
Does it rain under the mountain?
No, not really. There is springs that we can go to to get water, and water is one of the things that we must maintain very well. And thankfully, we have a source. We don't know where it comes from, but it is nice. It does its work very well.
I think it's theoretically possible for there would to be rain on the subterranean if
there is a certain
it's
there are a couple of
massive and
locations.
open enough for for clouds to form. But I don't know.
There
There's
are
a hypothesis here.
a couple locations in Scalder's Point where it's always raining.
What kind of?
There's
I've never been there. What kind of rain?
It's always
Acid,
raining, isn't that just the-
horrible.
Oh, I was going to say, isn't that
It's
just
not
the water?
where you want to go.
Like the drip from the stone on top, the constant
Yeah,
dripping.
Scalder's Point is incredibly hot. Any water that touches the ground turns into steam, climbs to the very high peaks, and then cools down upon touching. Therefore, it's always raining,
It's like a cycle. I see.
and it's horrible.
The water cycle.
There are some livable places in Scalder's Point, but it's definitely like that's kind of almost the fringes of the Undermountain. For Karat, that's like a very it's an unfortunate failure at Expanse for sure from their perspective. They ran into a whole separate colony of different creatures that live in that native space, and so it's a diplomatic problem. Okay. Anything else? You guys enjoying the rain? Not enjoying the rain?
Well,
Have
if
we
you need
had
anything,
a chance
give me
to
a shout.
talk about? I'm sorry.
Can you change the weather?
Oh, go on. I was
I
about
was
to
just
tread
making up a
one.
conversation, nothing very important. I was just going to ask if we had a chance to regale the sort of bad luck that seems to be following us. I had this sort of
Yes, you talked about
event
it.
happen when I was studying, and then I think we were. I mean, it's just sort of. I'm getting some oogie boogies here. Anything else would happen to anybody else?
I mean,
When we were without you, we briefly talked about how things have gone terrible for you guys since you left the mirror or something. Ill omens and bad tidings have followed you.
yeah. Since we left, since we returned to Windheim, basically, I would say yes. This is when we started having the problems from the other day.
Wilting flowers and dying bird.
I mean, I just saw cats. It wasn't that bad.
Oh,
Evil cat.
just saw cats, huh?
I mean, yes, one of them stared right at me for a very long time. It was very creepy.
I think that's more. I think it's more terrifying than something just dying abruptly.
Yes, yours is definitely much worse than mine. I don't want to be you, Roderick.
No. That cat. Are you saying the cat was staring you down? That it's. You don't mess with
I think
cats.
a bird dying is much more of an ill omen than a cat looking at
I don't want to hear it. You're just saying that to say that.
Idiot sort of reclusive creatures. You don't know what's going on there. Oh, no offense to call. I apologize.
Oh, it's not taken. I mean, I'm used to people staring at me anyway, so seeing a cat do it, I'm like, okay, whatever. It's okay.
It may have had hostility in its eyes. You just didn't recognize it.
It didn't attack me. I mean,
I've known many
But it was
a cat
watching.
to hold a grudge.
Unfortunately,
Cats
now the rain
watching.
kind of picks up a little bit. It's not a large increment, but it is heavier. Still
just
not
a sheet
quite.
of water.
It's not that. No, it's not that. But
Blast!
there's a notable where the drizzle is not a light drizzle now. It's a moderate drizzle now.
Proper
right?
rain. Yeah. Oh well. Speaking of bad luck, it seems that the rain has picked up.
Yeah.
Is it because we started talking about bad luck that it happened?
I mean, let's not mention it anymore unless we can all change the weather some way. Maybe.
It's only
Maybe think of
not-
sunny
not that
times.
I could make it significantly worse, but not better.
Wait, what? What?
I mean, I wouldn't mind more rain. It's
No.
there would be
no.
more lightning, less rain. I mean, there'd be
Oh,
more rain
yes.
too, but more lightning.
That's cool to know.
We've seen lightning, right? As we've been up here, Thoric and I.
This is the first storm we've had, so no.
Oh.
But you've
What
seen,
is lightning?
you guys know of like electricity.
Well, yeah, but like seeing lightning.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is like is what do you mean?
It is when the beam of he like makes the motion with his finger, zaps down to the ground. Anyways, I'm going to transform again. Sorry, I'm riding on the back of your horse. He pats it twice before hopping off and rolling into that's the Mustang again.
I mean, you could have stayed there. It is okay, but I mean, if you want to be horse, be horse. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, sure, they can take two of us.
Bombastic side eye from Mustang.
You've turned into a very beautiful horse. Let us away before more people get grumpy from rain.
Unfortunately, regardless of that, you guys continue traveling in the rain.
Yeah,
I can't escape it.
Roger's just sitting there like.
He will continuously cast prestidigitation on everybody's stuff to warm up warm up the clothes.
You can do it up to 3 things. I think.
All right.
Right?
He'll warm his. Wait, is it? Doesn't say.
I think there's a limit of 3. Or am I thinking thaumaturgy?
I don't know. You're right. Yeah.
Instantaneous effects don't count towards that. So you can just spam it every 6 seconds, but I doubt he's gonna do much against rain.
Yeah, it
warms it for an hour, non-living material for an hour.
Yeah.
So
you could give 3 people like a slight. I mean, it's kind of like wearing it's socks that came out of the dryer that are still slightly damp. I mean, okay, it's like, is that better?
I mean, you can do so much something.
Roderick, whatever you just did, please stop.
Yo, you want me to cool you off instead? All right, hold on.
No, just don't do anything.
Cool.
It's something better than nothing. The cold rain.
You hear that like the rain kind of hitting against the chainmail on Doma and on Thorax. There's a very audible noise, right, coming from them specifically. And there's the hooves of the horses on the stone. And the hours kind of continue by. And you guys are close to evening, where you run into an audible thing that's kind of landmark compared to the other. You know, you've had interactions that just aren't worth screen time, right? But this one stands out. You hear, and you see something small on the right side from your perspective. So on the west side of the road, there's a person who's kind of like standing next to what appears to be like not a post, but like a signpost kind of. Yeah, it's a post. It's a signpost. And there's a small person, and he's kind of like on a box, and he's yelling out, and the higher perception members all hear it as you kind of get closer to it. Get out the rain! Fresh beds at Rustic Meadows! The storm's coming in! Newly made Rustic Meadows! You're home away from the city! Rustic Meadows! Live rustically at Rustic Meadows! Just south here! And now you guys are like within eyesight of this young kid. He's very thin, he's wearing like rag clothing. He looks like, he's struggling,
Does he have
right?
any pamphlets?
He doesn't have pamphlets, but he kind of has an Oliver Twist look, right? He looks like he's very impoverished,
Oh, God.
right? A little bit dirty on the face. He's like dirty blonde hair. He does have like a cap on the top of his head. Fingerless gloves are kind of torn a bit, but he's calling out as people, and he sees you because you guys are like the only group that are coming by, right? And he's just like, he keeps this like shtick he has, like he's not trying to involve himself with you, but his eyes like lock onto you guys, and it's like almost like you can tell he's like giving it personally to you.
Jesus Christ!
Make sure you go by Rustic Meadows on the west side, just about a mile or so down, folks. You can get out of the rain. Freshly made. It's brand new, grand opening. Only been out for a week. Got new specials. Get a dinner and a breakfast free. Free when you pay for a room. Tell him Slim Team sent you. I get 1 copper for every person that buys a room for the night.
You kind of like
And we've
keep
been
walking
traveling for
by.
a day, and it seems fitting that we would sit in a tavern, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
And it's been raining.
Evelyn,
All right.
Is this place he's referring to the city at the junction?
I think based on the timing, we must be near Renoa, so I guess so. I haven't heard of a Rustic Meadows, though.
Well, apparently we can get a compla whenever we
Complimentary.
get a room.
Fresh sheets!
You hear it kind of quietly.
New, unused. Try the adult
Unused.
treatment in the back room.
Sounds comfortably clean.
As we pass by, Roderick would slip the boy 4 gold.
Are you really gonna give the? You guys passed by, so you're
Random kid.
gonna turn them back a bit.
As we were going by, I was letting everybody else talk. I just wanted to do it.
That's more money than you'd see in 9 years of work.
Yeah, so
Yes, but I'll
he's
slip that as we
he's
pass
fighting
by.
on commissions for a copper per person that does it, dude. You give him 4 gold, that's like jackpot, right? That's way more than he's probably ever had in his entire life.
And quit.
Fucking rich.
Yeah, because he might make a copper a day, right? And that each gold would then be that's 100 days worth
That's
of
100
work.
coppers.
Yeah, that's you gave him. It'd be a year's worth of income. So are you sure you want to give him that much? He might, or you wanted to, do you want to? You go back and you want to drop him coin.
I give him the 4 gold.
Okay, so you turn back and you unfortunately you kind of got the idea, maybe a little too late. So you actually swerve your horse back because everyone continues ahead of you, right? And he kind of like he finishes his.
Did you need directions to it, sir? Just straight down.
No, and do you have an extra bag to put it in or something?
No.
I'm trying to think. No.
I don't think so. I mean, if you could.
Oh, you know what? I have that that paper that has like the pyramid script and shit still. I'm gonna wrap it in that.
No!
The Eldritch Pyramid script?
No, don't do that.
I don't know.
You get your 4 coin, you put it into the scribbled paper.
Necronomicon to a little Oliver Twist. What are you doing?
Give it to Oliver Twist.
This is how warlocks spread, by the way.
Something necromancy.
So you put the coin inside that paper and you kind of wrap it around it.
I'm just messing. I'm just looking at the inventory.
Alright, so what do? You just give him the coin then?
He extend his hand out, to the boy, and say, "Listen,
He kind of lifts his hand up. He seems like very nervous about whatever you're doing. He doesn't understand.
And he places it on his hand before he reveals what it is. He says, "Listen, continue to work hard. Use this to help yourself out a little bit and your family." And then he would.
Oh, geez, thanks. I could. Sir, I think there's a mistake here. These look like they're gold. Sir?
He would turn back as he's riding off and just nod and continue riding. Chip everybody else.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Blessings be on you. May the green goddess guide you. And thanks. Tim pays back his debts.
To really freak this kid out, I turn around in horse form and I stare him in the eyes, and then I do a handstand and take 2 steps back before landing back on all 4 and running.
Performance check. Performance check.
He's playing as a horse.
Just fucking a handstand. Oh God, I can't.
That's a. All right, and then plus performance. That's 15.
All right, yeah, you do a circus act, horse on 2 stand with the heels in the back, and then you kind of wobble a bit before you then resume.
Wow, those people, something.
As you guys continue down the road towards this, and you start seeing these like little houses and these like buildings, and it's kind of like slight farm, but they're kind of get more and more congregate. You're getting like a small little hamlet community. And as you make your way into the town, you do see that there is this like freshly like dirt road that's been kind of like carved into the hill on the side. And it looks like there's a brand new building with like a sign on the side of it that says Rustic Meadows, and there's another like cloths underneath it that says Grand Opening. And then there's like some text that says try our specials, right? And so there's appear to be a couple. There's like a stables to the side. and the stables has like you can see there's a couple horses in it. There does appear to probably be vacancy at Rustic Meadows right now. There does also appear to be like a shed shack kind of in the back, but I don't mean like a shack. I mean more like it's not quite the same size as the inn itself, maybe about half the size, but there's a large building like close adjacent right next to the building, like maybe within like 30 feet of it on the back portion of it. And so there does appear to be a couple people there. You guys could stop it here. You could continue moving. You could find another place in Renoa. It's your choice.
Right on. Are we doing the Rustic Meadows?
Honestly, I don't even care. I just need to get out. I wouldn't mind getting out the rain.
It's time to get out to the rain.
You
Seems
sure?
like the best place to stay. Yeah, let's
Warbling
go.
magic effect. Poof. Oh boy, I'm back.
What was all
what?
that commotion about?
What?
What do you mean commotion?
Lumi, what the heck was that?
That was a bit ago.
No, I was just
You can only talk to us now about it, though.
Yeah.
You've been holding on to that for that long?
It's been
Yes!
like that was only like 3 or 4 minutes ago.
Yes!
It's
was
very
just trying
recent.
to-
Lumi recently did the handstand.
You don't understand how boring it is being a horse for 10 hours and doing nothing but trotting the entire time.
Yeah, can't you-
Here, or are we trying to... You, Roderick, what the heck were you wearing at the beginning of this? I can't believe what is happening here.
I don't want to hear it. Be quiet. It was not my choice. It was not my choice for that. I was forced into that.
I think all of your marbles are all being spread across here. How am I the one who's supposed to keep us all together? Evelyn, bring these people together here. What's going on?
I thought Roderick looked relatively dashing in his outfit.
Oh, I can't believe this. Look, Doma, surely.
What do you want me to do?
You're just mad you didn't get a pair yourself. I mean, we can ask next time.
With Doma, I can't. Who's left?
Don't even look at me.
Well, I look at Thor. Roderick looks at Thor.
No.
Moves on to. Moves on.
I think it's one of those losing battles, so I think we just kind of like shelve it for now, right?
So you guys jump off your
Wait,
horses and you
is
move up to
Thorak-
the stables of Rustic
Thorak-
Meadows, and you kind of like find a pen where you kind of like start like trying to like put your horses, and you hear someone behind you. Oh, well, I can do that for you, sirs. You're gonna be staying here for the night, right?
Yes, I believe that is what we are doing, yes.
Right, well, if you are staying for the night, then it's only going to be half the price normally. It would be a silver for the horse, but now it's only going to be 5 copper per horse you're stabling. Got quite the lot here. I think we might have space, might have double up or 2, but if you'd be willing, we can find a space here. So you got 6 horses. Well, 5 and 1. What is that?
What do you mean?
That is one weird creature. Straight from the hells it is, aren't it? Well, I guess
Don't
I'll keep
listen
it
to
on
the
its own
vortex.
scale, right? That one's gonna be a silver still, though. I can't take the risk, you understand?
Supposedly I understand.
Right, so 1 silver for that thing, and the other 5 a lot would be 2.5, because you're gonna be getting rooms, so yeah, half off, right? Yep, that's what it is.
How much is it in total?
Oh. 1, 2, 3.5 silver, I think.
For everyone?
Yeah, for the lot.
What happens if you charge us like 80 gold for a room? Then they're not giving us
Oh,
much of a deal.
no, there's specials right now. It's like 5 silver
Just
a
because
room.
you say it's a special doesn't mean it really is a special.
It's like
Sometimes
5
people
silver.
say you're saving money.
You just
when you
go up to the front. You'll be able to get it. It's fine. It's 3.5 silver.
Sure, use the party funds?
I think
No,
that's
no,
easy.
no, don't use the party funds for dumb purchases like that. I call
Dumb
hands
purchases like
3.5
lodging?
No, party funds are for the big purchases.
Yeah. This is fine too, though.
I give 3.5 silver over. I pay for everybody.
Oh, thank you all, man.
Whoa.
So, all right, I'll take care of it and get them some nice feed and everything. Your animals are safe with me. You guys leave your animals to the care of this, ragamuffin, as you then kind of like skirt yourself back to the dirt road. It's again freshly made. It's like kind of like trimmed and all that out of the grass, and kind of make your way up to the door, which you can see the second building on like behind it. So I guess it's the third building because there's a stables, the big building, there's a building behind it. And this is kind of like there's the way the building's structured. It's a little weirdly designed. Like there's like these very large doors in front of it, and they're not like opening doors. It's kind of like sliding doors. And there's kind of like, it looks like there's the way the roof kind of hangs on the top. It looks like it allows for ventilation for like air to get out of that space. And our more perceptive members, so anyone with a 15 plus passive perception, you can actually see steam kind of rising out of the top of that roof between that little wedge and kind of making its way out and then joining in the atmosphere around it. So there's something warm or hot inside that space. But of course, there's the actual inn in front of you if you're wanting to go ahead and head in there. So a lot of you approach the door and head into the main Rustic Meadows. You pass underneath the sign, and it's got all the kind of like, attempt to look like it's like kind of farmish look to it, right? So it's got that rural appeal to it. But yeah, it smells like as you enter inside, there's the smell of meat and drinks and food, and there's like people talking, and there's a large amount of hubbub happening inside the interior of Rustic Meadows. So first thing as you do is you come inside, you hear that noise, you smell it, you feel the heat, the warmth. You're out of the rain, right? So it's nice in here, and you see in front of you there is like a little kiosk in front, and there's a man there. And he's currently like smoking like on a lawn pipe, right? And as he sees you guys kind of come in, he kind of like stirs himself out from his daydreaming and kind of like cleans himself up. He's a little bigger, like a little bit of a belly to him. Oh, hello friends, welcome to Rustic Meadows. I am the proprietor. I am Lawrence Fisher. Welcome. Are you here just for some food and drink for the evening, or are you here to get a room and get out of the storm for the night?
Room if you may.
Wonderful. And are each of you going to be getting your own separate room? I don't think we have quite that big. We might have a vacancy, actually. How many do you have?
Does anyone want to share rooms, or are we all getting separate?
I'm gonna be one on my own. I've been sleeping well recently.
Evelyn will bunk with Roderick, of course. So
yeah.
I don't mind bunking up. It reminds me of my days in the colleges when I was and having to have roommates.
Okay.
I do snore. I have to give that a disclaimer, though. Or I've been told I snore. I don't know if I snore. I don't actually hear myself. That'd be very odd.
Alright, so there'll be two people bunking up, and then there will be three of you that are not bunking up. Is that correct?
Do Evan and Roderick bunk?
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Right, so then in that case, then that would be 3 plus 2, 5. It's going to be 5 rooms. All right, and luckily for you all, since it's our grand opening week still, we are going to be having the specials. So if you purchase the room here, it's going to be 8 silver for the night, and you also get dinner and a complimentary breakfast in the morning. Of course, also half off on any stable purchases, and you get the access to our spa in the back for all part of the charge. So 8 silver per room.
What is spa?
It's heated water that you can use to bathe yourself and relax. So this is the trip that we spent a little bit of extra of our investment upon to help encourage people that Noah is going to be a great place to become soon, and we think that this is a perfect time for Rustic Meadows to really get its teeth into the hillside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have non-meat options?
Yes, we have meat options. The finest meat straight from Kirk, but there's also other great vegetables of the like if you are one of those inclined. So come. Yeah, let's get the totals here. So there's going to be 5 rooms, right? Because Evelyn and Roderick, and then who's Baldric bunking with? Nicole? Okay, so Baldric and Nicole,
Sure,
and then
yeah.
Doma, Lumi, and Thorak are all in separate rooms. Is that right?
Oh, now's a good chance for my disciple to learn some things when we're bunking together.
Okay,
yes.
so I since we don't have access to party funds, if we could have the respective.
I'll pay it.
Okay, so you're gonna pay for
I'll pay it
everyone?
No, I'd pay for myself. Minus 1 gold from that.
He'll give you the change, so you get 2 silver back, right? So, Lumi, you can pay for 8 silver. Roderick, you can cover your 8 silver for you and Evelyn. Baldric, Noma, which one of you?
I'll cover the 8 for us.
Okay, Baldric. Baldric going to call. Doma, yours is going to be 8 silver. It's just please subtract that.
All right.
So you guys got your cup. You got your color. So he can go ahead and he hands you out a bunch of these little brass keys, and then they're kind of like numbered for specific stores. And so like right to the side of them, there's a stairwell that goes up, and he goes, right, you can put your belongings right up into the rooms right now. Just take your key to the respective door. Since you two are going to be together and you look like you're kind of lovebirds, you guys got the suite, the last big room. Everyone else, unfortunately, will have to have the other spaces, but it is what it is. So enjoy your stay, and then of course. The people, as I mentioned, there is the spa in the back for those of you that wish to relax, and then there is, we have food down at the eatery right to the right, so you're free to go get your dinner, and there's other specials if you would like to have more personal appetites, and then those for you that are looking for more adult entertainment, we do have sampling in the back. Just go beyond the eatery into the purple curtained area. You can see if you have something that meets your appetite, and if there is, you can just let us know, and we will go ahead and help you purchase said services for the evening. So right, you all?
Oh yeah, don't forget the young lad referred us.
Which one?
I think he said his name was Tim.
Yes, Slim Tim. So that would be 5 rooms. Right, 5 copper for Slim Tim. And he kind of grabs a pen and writes it down on a piece of paper. Slim Tim totals.
Aldrich, why did we not get sweet?
We're not lovers.
Is this sweet only for lovers? I look at that. I say that to the kiosk guy.
I presume that the two of the opposites.
Aldrich's gonna look over at Thorak. Is Thorak is covered in weapons right now because he was.
Yes, he's always, even before the purchases, he was covered in
weapons.
weapons.
Now you look like a walking castle, right? Like you got with cannons coming up.
Got too many.
Kind of. Yeah, he's like a walking armory.
Nice.
Do you guys go up to your rooms and drop off your extra equipment so you don't have to have your bags down in the eatery and shit?
No.
Need a new disciple, someone who can keep up with obvious observations of interactions between humanoids. But I don't know if Thorak's gonna make the cut.
But yes.
Evelyn is taken.
Louis.
Louis. How?
Yes?
How good are you with studying things?
Fairly prolific, I guess. I was thinking I would go check out the entertainment, though.
Okay.
I'm very
how you and me staying together?
I want to go check out this spa. It sounds nice.
You have the whole night ahead of you, so enjoy yourselves and live life rustically.
What is that?
Okay.
Yes.
Kyle's laughing.
Let's go put our stuff up. I think that is a good idea.
Yeah, we get some food and then kind of.
So everyone besides I think Thorak was going to put their belongings in their room. Is that right?
Thorak's gonna do it as well.
Oh, okay, so then you just get rid of the excess. You're gonna still probably keep, your default armaments and equipment, metal or.
No, I don't even. I don't have to keep my weapon on me. I'm good.
Okay, so then, all right, so then with that, so you guys actually get down into loungewear then, right? And you're not wearing your armor, so it's kind of more reprieve. Okay, so it's at this point that you guys take the same amount of time you kind of eventually exit your room, and there's probably a little bit of varying threshold of who goes first where, right? But the second floor has got several hallways, and there's different doors on the left and everything. And most of these hallways are kind of 2 doors right, 2 doors left, right. And so you eventually find your respective rooms, and Roderick and Evelyn find the suite. And back in the first floor, you go back down the stairs. It kind of seems to cut the very middle. And so to your right, as you're leaving the stairs, you're looking towards the front door, and to your right would be where Lawrence happens to be, Lawrence Fisher. And it looks beyond him, there appears to be a whole closed double door situation, or is it single door or double door? Either there's a door, so it might be a study or something like that that's not meant for probably public access, right? And then to your guys' left of the stairs would be the eatery. You see this guy kind of steps down. There's a couple stairs that go down into this like little bunked area, and you see there's a large amount of people here. Maybe 8, 9 people currently present. Maybe not all of them are spending the night. Maybe some of them are just eating here. There's a variety of individuals. You see like I think it's. Ooh, let me double check. Where are you? Did I ever actually find out what his race was? Oh, jeez. Oh, yes, it's a gnome. Yeah, so you see a gnome. Roderick, Thorak, you guys definitely remember this individual. Maybe some of the other casts would besides Lumi, but Roderick and Thorak would definitely recognize this individual. A man who, let's see, gray hair that pops out the side of his gnome's head. He's got some male pattern baldness. He's got a comb over desperately holding on to what youth he has left. He's got some thick green goggles on. The goggles have multiple lenses and magnification. He kind of has them like pulled up like above his eyebrows right now. It's kind of strapped tight. This guy, his name might not be remembered to you, but he was the one who sold you the watches.
Yep.
And it was a shop that you guys remember back in Pikeville. Is that shop owner seems to be here. His equipment's not immediately on him, but he's currently like at the bar and he's kind of like drinking and he's like talking with someone and he seems to be having a good time. And then that person apparently like gets up and looks like they kind of stumble out of the inn, kind of walk by you guys. So he's here. There's a couple other nondescript individuals, humans and other individuals. There's also several tables that you guys can kind of congregate next to if you want to group up and have everyone eat together. And then there is the purple curtain that you guys could walk behind. There is some like cheering and laughing going on beyond the purple curtain at the moment. So if that curiosity struck you, you could check it out.
Thorak will definitely visit that at some point.
Lumi just heard it was entertainment.
If Lumi's going at some point, Thorak's gonna go with.
So I think that
to
make it convenient, we have all of you guys kind of group up in the eatery area here, because presumably eating is probably the first thing on your minds. And so you guys, you're like at the precipice of walking down. That person just kind of stumbled past you, that drunk guy that's either leaving or going to go piss, right? And you have that option now where you guys can go like, do we want a table? Do some of us want to go into the adult area? Do some of us want to like? So you guys have that decision of how you're going to fragment your group or not fragment your group is on the mind, on the ton.
I was going to go to the spa before I sit down and have some food. Would anyone like to come with me?
I'm going to the spa. It's time to soak.
Alright, so
I would go there.
I want to reverse the order of that a little bit, but...
Oh, you would like to eat first?
Yeah, just a little bit. I could probably relax a little more after you have a little bit on the stomach.
I mean... We can eat first. We don't have to go together, alright?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We don't have to go together, so...
Maybe if I lean over and like, maybe if you and Evelyn want to spend some time together, this might be a good opportunity to while you guys are alone.
Yeah, I'm right. Unfortunately, there. So. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm being too quiet about it. I mean, I think I'm being quiet right now, but she might be able to hear me. I don't know.
Hear you. Speak up.
It's okay. I'm talking about going to the spa.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going. You want to come along, Numi? To the spa.
I don't know. I'm so hungry I could eat as a horse.
Wait, what?
A lot of food you could eat.
You mean... Wait.
What happens if you eat a bunch and then turn back into a person? You gotta know, dude.
Who cares about the mechanics? My god. Alright, so jeez Louise.
What's the answer?
Alright, so just to help with the token separation here, let's say, Roderick and Evelyn are going to have a private meal. Does that sounds like what's happening?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And
it
then
could be nondescript.
A call is going out to the spa, so I'll have them over here. Is anyone else? And Doma wants to go to the spa too. So then Baldric, Thorak, and Lumi, you guys are currently... Are you going to eat together? Are you going to separate? What's the plan?
You have to order a whole meal, right? There's no just food around. There's no like
it looks like
buffet set up.
It's not. It's an eater.
Where's the salad?
You order your food. You probably are getting like a more cheaper dish with complimentary, you could order a more expensive. But yeah, you probably it's a kind of place where you would sit down and you'd have a menu. The menu will be presented to you.
I'll have a salad. It's awfully fresh sounding. Some vegetables, vitamins, minerals.
I just want to know where the group's going so I can kind of focus on the scene. So, Lumi, where are you headed?
I would probably order something to eat first, something small, and then I could probably just walk to the
Thor,
spa
Baldric,
with.
and Lumi are you guys going to eat together then?
No, I'm not eating with them. They're having their very private thing, right? Oh, Baldric.
Baldric, Thoric, and Lumi.
The three of us are going to be eating. I'll eat with the other people if they want me. If they don't want me, that's fine.
If a call sees that like the people are eating there and then going to go to the spa, he'll wait to go with the others.
All right.
Just to make it easy.
Sure. And then Doma, are you going to do that too then to make it easy?
Yep.
Okay, great. So we'll have the group of you besides Roderick and Evelyn.
Oh god.
Which is a little unfortunate because this would be a really good time for literally Evelyn and Roderick to role play some of the intimacy that the characters should have.
Man.
Yeah, we're almost done.
You're
They can
right.
have their little dinner next time.
Yeah, he would have switched over to his new fancier clothes.
You're gonna cut down
Presentation of water.
Prince Charming into the place. Okay. All right. So you guys get down into the eatery. We got our two respective tables currently. You guys are presented food. There's a waiter. It's not actually a menu, but the waiter does talk about the specials of what's available. They have fish. They got fresh beef that's imported right from Kirk, which is effectively the best animal livestock of all of Windheim. That's the main selling point of Kirk is that. They have a variety of there's bear stew that comes all the way from Garrington. What do you give me that face for? Each region has specialties of certain animal products that's associated to it.
The bear is very tender. Yes.
Yes, whatever you would be wanting to eat would be. We have a variety of very special foods that we could be offering to you. The complimentary things. Those
Speak more fragmented in your accent.
You could be having a fish, or you could be having steak and potato. Is there a preference, old man?
Salad.
No meat with you. Do you want nuts with your salad?
It's just a salad does me quite well right now.
Alright, we get you salad, that be part of your dinner. Got it. Do you want water to drink?
Well, what else do you have to offer?
Okay, water it is. Old man salad.
Wait, hold on. You only make the beverages are only water.
Alright, so
do you have something we can look at, like a menu?
Unfortunately, we do not have those yet. We'll be making them over the next few weeks. So.
Oh, I see.
Unfortunately, but yes, we have a variety of delicious things. Fish from Westwind. We even have things imported all the way from Gaul. If you're looking for something from down there, spicy food. Kukunash comes from down there. If anyone would like to have kukunash.
I try Gulf food. I have never had it.
Yeah, it's from the southern Gaul. It's very spicy though. If you're not good with spice, then I would not recommend
Keep
kukunash.
that away from me.
I'll sit over here. Don't worry.
Alright, so one kukunash, great. That is a more premium product because we have to import it, so it's going to be a little bit more than. But so we still cover you a little bit of a discount there. So it's going to be one plate, right? It'll be an extra 2 silver for it. Is that about right?
That's okay.
Alright, so then you pay 2 silver for kukunash, okay, and there's no charge for the salad. Respectively, if you want exotic food, you can get something more exotic. It's going to charge you more. You can also get something more mundane, which is what your default happens to be. So if you're going to get something exotic, it's going to be 2 silver more, which includes more alcoholic beverages. And if you're not getting something like more vanilla, then it's going to be that you're already covered. Okay, so you pick your respective foods from wherever they happen to be. And they're served out to you guys. You have potato dishes, you have salads, you have macaroni and cheeses, there's grains, there's fresh rolls. It's all actually really, really well made food. It's really good. The cooks here are definitely top-notch individuals. It's kind of shocking how this brand new upstart place has got so much money already baked into it, right? And it's it looks like clearly that they really want this place to succeed. There must be a really good opportunity in Renoa for an emerging market, because this is a huge investment, and it's only the first week in, right? So they're kind of really going hard. So you guys kind of sneaking in a little luckily. So as your food is served out to you, and you guys have your relatively whatever joyous celebrations or revelry that you have as you dine and eat, is there any conversation that you would like to have? Is there anything you would like to do while you're here? Yes.
What is kukanash?
Kukanash.
That's what I was wondering.
So kukanash is a dish that comes from the fleet's south. It is a very spicy kind of curry stew. So it's made out of an questionable meat. It's usually made out of a localized meat from the south, which generally involves kind of like large scorpion or insectoids that look like that. So typically it's made with a meat like that, but it's like a very thick stew, and it's so thick in fact that when you normally carry it, you keep it in these kind of like towel blocks, and it kind of congeals like that. It's kind of like it looks like condensed can, but it's not. And then you just you get a water base, you boil it, and you just drop it in, and then it dissolves out, and you mix it rigorously, and then there's spice put into it to help make it preserve. It's a very like onto good, but it's very spicy. Very, very, very spicy, to the point where a Constitution saving throw is required. So you don't just, So, if you could, please make a con saving throw.
Hoya! Hey, he's holding on. That's a 17.
Yeah, it's your nose is running. Your eyes are kind of watery at points, but it's good. If you like spice, it's definitely spicier than Pablo's.
Yeah.
Or Pablo's. Did Doma get some too, or did you get something else?
Yeah, I'll get some of that.
All right.
Spicy
so yeah, you can go ahead and make your con saving throw. Since you have fire resistance, we'll give you advantage on the saving throw.
Baldric, stay away from this. It's really good though.
If I could get some bread and the mackerel and cheese, but without the mackerel because I cannot eat the fish.
Oh, yes, we could get to that right away. Yes, and so he gets you bread and noodles.
Would you say?
Con saving throw with advantage, Doma.
Okay. So,
where did the noodles come from?
I only got a 14. I rolled real well.
It's still good enough. It just like Call, you have a runny nose. It's at some points it's kind of like water, milk, something. Right? There's moments where you're kind of like almost blinded because it's pretty bad, and it's a burn in your throat. But you manage to get through it.
If you're congested, you're not anymore.
Oh yeah, it clears the sinuses.
I think it's just spicier than the noodles we had.
Oh, 100%, 100%.
This is
very extreme, very extreme.
That's just eating. Imagine what will happen later.
Well, Duke, you want a bite?
All right. So, right, and so then Roderick and Evelyn, they have their presumably finer meal, right, with wine and probably right.
Gold meal.
When the moon hits your
so since I don't have Evelyn available, can you cover?
Yeah, so we can kind of skip over that. Kind of.
Can you pay four silver, please, to cover her and your dish for me?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
That's amore.
So it's going to be a romantic dining experience. Kind of feels a little bit back like Egret's Cropping. Almost feels like it's like that kind of richy almost from way back in Medan. So it kind of reminds you when you guys got together in the first place. You guys, of course, were at Gladehopper, but Egret's Cropping was the fine estate or place that you guys had with all the daughters, the dwarven daughters. Anywho, so it kind of reminds you of that. There's some conversation you guys have had, and then eventually your things kind of die down as you guys are starting to have some people okay, I'm gonna go to the spa, or you're gonna I'm gonna go in my room and relax. This is where the opportunity where you could interact with NPCs, go into the adult entertainment room, or go to the spa, right? You can split up at this point.
Well, that was lovely.
Where's that? Well, yes. Where's that gnome at? Did the gnome ever come back in?
Oh, he never left. It was a person who was sitting with him left.
Oh, okay.
So he's been alone for 20 minutes. It looks like he's been drinking a lot on his own. He's at the bar by himself. You could get up and go talk to him if you'd like to.
Okay, so I guess basically kind of after reconvene later with Evelyn, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, there'd be a moment where she would excuse herself, so you have the free time to do it. I don't need to overly complicate the scene. If you want to talk to him, you guys had the opportunity to talk to either in group or by yourself. It's your choice.
Everybody still at the table?
Sure. Yeah, I mean Thoric would see you hanging out with him, so.
Yeah. So he would go up to Roger would go up to Thoric and say, "Hey, isn't that one gnome? That one guy that we got that stuff from in Pipel?"
Potatoes, be right back.
Oh, you want beer back?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I think that's the guy that sold me the watch.
Yeah.
What was his name again?
Hell if I know.
That's an odd name.
Very strange.
No. I don't know his name. That's why I said that.
You think he's got more of those trinkets and stuff he's been making?
I mean, maybe it's one of those you can kind of. I stopped keeping track of mine just because we got other things to worry about. Maybe he can kind of re-up it or something, or maybe he does have extra.
All right, let's go. We want to go talk to him and find out.
Yeah, that's what I was about to do. Want to see if you want to come?
Sure, why not? So Thor gets up and he'll join you to go talk to the unnamed gnome that you forget his name to.
We'll wait here.
Hey, buddy.
And anyone else that wishes to join can also go too, or they can just let it be Roderick.
I'm going to the spa. I'm taking that opportunity to leave.
All right, not going to the adult room. Lumi going to the spa. All right, so Lumi
That's
goes.
for later.
Nah.
Oh boy.
Okay. So Lumi's heading that way, and I imagine a call probably like I'm gonna go with, right? Because if one person's going,
you would see them going, and he'd see Lumi and he'd be like, "Nah, it's spa time."
and so Doma probably follows suit as well.
Yeah,
Baldric, Baldric is probably not going, or maybe he is. Maybe he wants the nice, warm, hot water on his body to get rid of those aches.
How cold is Niscaria in the western states this time of the year?
Oh, we're approaching summer. It's not quite summer. It's pretty warm out right now. Not too bad.
It
was just a cold day because of how the rain soaking your clothes all day.
Well, then I'd get the spa if I was soaked. If I was cold
Right,
in it.
so
yeah.
4 gentlemen heading that way, and
Warm
okay.
these old bones up.
All right, so we'll get your guys to see in a moment. Let's go ahead and focus on Roderick and Thoric, which Potato's not here, but I'll try to keep us on pace. So, all right, Roderick, you get next to the gnome, and he kind of look quite paying attention as the two of you sit next to the stools next to him, and then his kind of eyes look over to you, and he kind of like lifts his mug towards you, and then wait a minute, I recognize you two. You guys bought stuff from me back in Pipel, didn't you?
Yes, indeed.
How's the gizmos doing?
It was going well, except I wasn't able to keep up with the crank every 8 hours or so because of a lot of pressing matters.
Oh. Well, I mean, all you gotta do is just when it gets to basically noon, when the sun hits right center, just get the hourglass, just move it there, and then you start swinging it again. And now we'll get the spring to get to max capacity and get it to start ticking. It's not perfect science, but it does get about 8 hours per the spin before it unloads on itself. So it keeps time loosely accurate for you.
Okay, I didn't think about that.
Just a little manual adjustments here and there. I mean, I do have mine if you want me to try to calibrate yours right now. And he kind of pulls out his, and he kind of shakes it a couple times. Yeah, looks like it's still working. You want me to tinker with yours real quick?
Sure, if you may.
All right. So he pulls out like a screwdriver.
I'll another one.
His goggles come down, and the lenses. All right, let's sit here. He matches up the time. He unwinds it. He kind of listens to it a bit to make sure everything sounds good. It's recalibrated about right time there. About 7:30 right now.
Thank you. Oh, and my friend wanted to see if he probably can get his too, maybe.
Oh yeah, sure. Thor hands his over, and he gets his recalibrated back up too to be about the same time as what the unnamed gnome is. Yeah, it was really nice that you guys happened to help invest back in me. I was a little getting strapped on cash back then, but things are looking pretty good now. Got a couple new inventions up on the creation, and then of course the grand tournament's coming up soon, and that is real. And Nicole's not here. Grand tournament's here coming up soon, and there is going to be some big money over in that.
Grand tournament.
Oh yeah, the grand tournament of the Western States.
It's happening around now.
Oh, not quite. Yeah, it's supposed to be soon. Yeah, they try to keep it kind of close to when summer hits around. So we got like a month and a half ago before it finally does occur. But I mean, they kind of didn't do it for the last year and a half because of the war. So there's a lot of pent up let's get it. So this one's gonna be a big one, they say. And us entrepreneurs like me, if we can get in early enough, we can get ourselves a spot to go ahead and try to get a place to claim our wares and sell them out to folks. And if you get in lucky, that's pretty competitive, but you can get some good money out of it. So I'm hoping to sneak in this time. Last time, before the war, I didn't quite get in, but I have gone once before, and it was quite lucrative. So I'm really hoping I can get in now, because with my new devices, I think I can get a good brand on for myself there. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh. Well, let me ask.
You know, they say that the winner of the tournament wins like 5,000 gold. If you can get
5,000 gold?
5,000 gold to get through that tournament. But these guys they're beasts. I've never seen that. People come from all around New Oso to go to that tournament to fight for that spot. And they've always had two bouts. Historically, they've had the one-on-one duel, which is the fan favorite, to see who's the most powerful person of the kingdom. And then you have the group entree, where you guys have to fight a variety of beasts, and there's kind of this point structure on the speed of the kill, the kind of way you fight, stuff like that gives you points. So there's a group entry, and there's normally a one-on-one duel, but usually most of the money is always in the one-on-one duel. It's kind of questionable if they're actually going to be able to afford to do the group entry this year, but how many people kind of got hurt in the war and all that, but certainly there's no way they're not going to do the one-on-one tournament this year. Oh, no way. And everyone's really excited about that. Really excited. There's going to be possibly a couple openings, as long as you can get a lord or lady to back you, but that's a whole can of worms on its own. How do you get a lord or lady to back you when there are few elected seats? Not simple.
Oh, okay. And that'd be one of those from the western states necessarily that need them to back you?
Yep, each state has its own lord or lady in it, right? Their house, and they get to send 2 representatives, is what I've been hearing. It sounds like with the kind of realignment and everything, you can send one person and another person of your course. And of course, everyone thinks their respective captain because of the whole knightly order and honor associated with being the strongest. So we're going to be some powerful people if the captains themselves actually show up at the tournament. It's going to be quite a fight. Quite a face. Great opportunity to have your wares shown over others. Imagine one of those captains using your armaments over someone else. That's just free business, friend.
Crazy.
Yeah, really good.
Advertisement.
And if that gets them the victory, so woo, yeah, I'm really hoping maybe I can get someone to do some of my equipment there. But they get one, you get one person that's you get 2 people per house, so you got to convince the lord or lady of that house to size you up. So.
And where are they hosting at? Who is hosting this year?
It's going to be in Niscaria, like it is every year, in the Colosseum. So yeah, it just didn't happen last year because of the war, but now with everything out of... there is the concern that the sickness, silent plague, that might cause a little bit of delay, but there's a lot of money gets passed around, so there's, the High Chandler is very interested in making sure that we have that tournament still go off. It's quite needed. Might also help get the Elder Isles back interested in coming onto our soil again,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 1 second here. It's got okay, all right, cool. Excuse me. So, dude, let me ask. So with regards to you getting your wares there, did you need a backing or anything, or?
Well, I mean, I've just kind of been minding my time here, waiting for the opportunity to for the months to kick by. This place came open here. I heard about this Rustic Meadows, and I've just been taking advantage of the specials just to save my coin a little bit longer before I head off to Niscaria. Kind of at that weird junction when I don't know if I kind of want to go east just yet. Might want one of them doctors to fix that problem first before, I get on into Niscaria. But the sooner I get in Niscaria, the sooner I would be able to try to claim one of those elusive plot holes to put up my wares. It's kind of a weird conundrum, So can't wait too long, but I'm not quite ready yet. So I've just been sitting here at this fine establishment, eating, getting nice to know all these people coming in and out of this place.
Ah, okay. And can I ask what your name again? It's names are very hard for me.
I'm Vipspin of Clockworks.
Okay. All right. So we'll actually probably be headed to this area. So hopefully, be able to see you there when the tournament starts.
Oh, well, go ahead. I mean, if I might be able to see you over there too. And if you're interested in getting some more goods, I do have a couple other inventions I'm willing to try to pawn now. Or you could wait for it when the tournament comes up, when I get everything unpacked out there too.
Sure. Let's see what you have now, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. Let's see. And he kind of scratches his head a little bit. You can tell he's a little inebriated, right? So he kind of so of course he has the wind-up watch. Now this here is a little fancy thing I made. It's more of a thing to impress children here, but you see, and he kind of pulls out a little toy, and there's a little monkey with crash symbols, and there's a little spinning thing behind it. You wind it up, and then you let it go, and then you see. So you can get that. That'll impress the children. That's using spring technology, just like a lot of my gizmos and gadgets. So that's something. That neat, huh?
Yeah, very interesting.
And then there's also this guy here, and he pulls out what appears to be a small little bear. It looks like it's made of brass, and it's not expertly crafted, but it looks like it's kind of carved into a bear shape. And he flicks it, and much like a butane lighter, a spark, and then suddenly it ignites. This is my spring-loaded igniter. You can use this guy here to help you start fires. Isn't that neat too, huh?
Yeah.
And of course, then you guys already did get the that blade I was working on. I have perfected that device. Now it's a little bit more sleek, a little bit more easy to use, to hide the blade, to have it pop out. So we did get an improvement on that guy. Oh, now this one. And he shows up his hand. There's a copper gauntlet over his right hand. This is Big Bertha Perka. This is a gauntlet here that you can affix to your right hand. And this device can be used when you strike a creature with a hit. And when you do use Big Bertha Perka, you can do a little bit of extra damage when you hit them, because it has this spring contraption, as you can see, and then he swings it. It doesn't actually connect with anything, but he triggers something, and the hand kind of has a bunch of traction that pops with the momentum at the last moment, giving a forceful push into it. So once again, you use some springs, and those springs help get you some extra oomph on that strike. Of course, once you use it, you're going to have to kind of wind it back up, but it will help you in a jiffy if something like a cougar's coming at you. Just BAM! That sucker on the ground. Get away all scot-free, right? So, there's a couple other things I've been working on. I got my grapple hook launchers, my shock drop boots, my spring-loaded boots. It's in that. There's the Screensaver 2000, but it's moving along, moving here and there. So that's kind of what I've been up. Any of those things seem to be interesting you just a little bit.
Yeah.
Is it a toaster? Is it a flying toaster?
Wait, what?
What?
The monkey toy, the wind-up thing, and then the gauntlet, if you may.
Yeah. And, so the spring-loaded. The wind-up monkey. Sorry, the wind-up monkey. I got a great name for that. Yeah, that's just really a novelty thing here, but it did take some ingenuity. I was hoping to try to sell these for about 5 gold a piece.
Cool. Okay. That's for the wind-up toy.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping to get that for. It's a lot of intricate little parts that you have to tailor in on. It took quite some time to get it. It's a relatively new creation, so yeah, it is. I know it might be quite somewhat steep, but that's what I'm asking for it.
Okay, well, what about the gauntlet first then?
Yeah, the Big Bertha Perka. Yeah. That baby, that's gonna be 25 gold, because that thing could save lives. Save your life, save someone else's life. Just imagine someone coming at you, BAM! Burn the sucker. Oh man, that guy, he won't be able to breathe through that nose ever again. I guarantee it.
Definitely would be interested in that.
Right. So
let me get that for sure.
Yeah, sure. All right. So maybe a little bit of some tinkering we need to do to get the size to fit your hand there. So if you were willing to sit with me for a bit, I can get you the gauntlet here. Did you want it on the left side or the right side?
Actually, it's not going to be for me. I think, because I try not to, let people get too close if possible.
Sure.
I think-
I mean, it's an emergency. If something does get too close, bam! Right in the kisser. Something right to the moon, you would. But I mean, if you want to give it to a friend, then sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you the kind of like generic version then, because who knows what their kind of build happens to be. All right, so you give him 25 gold.
Yes.
All right, so he'll give
What's
you
the out of character like stats for it first?
the big so you pay 25 gold. You get a big Bertha Perka. Okay, so I'll just copy and paste this into the Discord here for you guys.
Perfect.
Where's Arkelya? Amazing Arkelya. Here it is. It's a non-attunement item. It's not using action magic. This one for the I mistyped it. I missed the B in the beginning. So yeah, it's a copper gauntlet that one can affix to their right hand. This device can be used to strike a creature as an unarmed strike, but the damage becomes 1d4 plus your strength mod when you do it. The springs in the gauntlet. There are springs in the gauntlet that do the additional damage and can be used up to 3 times per day. No attunement required. By that point, the shock and the springs is gone, and then you would have to recalibrate, which is why it would take your long rest, theoretically. So you can use it 3 times to do a 1d4 plus your strength mod for damage with your hit, and it's not an attunement, just you have to have this metallic contraption on your arm. So, but you bought a Big Bertha perk. Okay.
They weren't expecting that, Larry? Come on.
No, I was. I thought you were going to laugh at every single one of these jokes and then just let them be. So. That's what they're supposed to be. They're not supposed to be legitimately great items. They give very nominal benefits, and they're kind of expensive for the benefit it gives. So there's the hard text of it. Was any of the other things interesting to you? I mean, it's Vibspin. Vibspin's goods are like this, dude. So.
Wait, was one of them basically make sure? Was one of these like a hidden blade, basically like the Assassin's Creed?
Yeah, you already bought one. He improved it. Yeah, so you have a very weak contraption version of it. The improved one is better quality and it's not as clunky. There was a chance that the thing could misfire with the version you have and not work as intended and stab you instead. That has been kinked out of it now, technically.
Yeah.
Can you do a trade up?
Upgrade, yeah. Upgrade, trade up.
You invested early.
You can make a persuasion check to see if he's willing to do that.
Sure. Absolutely. Do I get advantage since he's a little inebriated?
We'll just do a flat roll. I don't think it's gonna. You're a charisma character. You're fine. You got this. There's no way you lose.
All right, it's a 23.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, he goes. Yeah. All right, fine. That's fine. I'll because you're doing other business with me. Yeah, that's fine. So he actually doesn't charge you more. You just get the upgraded version. So now you have the. What did I call this stupid thing? I think I just called it Assassin's Creed Blade in quotes. So you get your Assassin's Creed Blade, and it's now just screen loading. So with like a flick of a wrist, that the blade comes out underneath the arm, and then you can flick it back in.
It just counts as a dagger.
It's a dagger, yeah. It's a 1d4. So you have one like impromptu weapon, and you also have this other impromptu weapon. So yeah, so you have those two.
Choice.
Yeah, so he sells more watches for 15 gold. The wind-up monkey was 5, which is just a toy. There's the basically the flint and tinder, but keeps the flame going. That was 5 gold.
Screensaver 2000.
The screensaver. Okay, let me see if I can find.
Yeah, what the heck is that? Okay, right.
Yeah, so there was a couple.
For real though.
Yeah, so there was the grapple hook launcher, which can basically shoot a grapple hook for you up 50 feet in the air. It's like it's not really any different than just using a grapple hook, but it's spring loaded. You can doesn't use your strength.
I want that too. He wants it too. He is so.
The grapple hook launcher is can shoot a grapple hook up to 50 feet away. It costs 20 gold though. So these are all these ideas.
Invested in this guy.
Do you really want to buy this as well?
Gauntlets?
Yes.
All right,
yes.
So lose 20 gold. All right, I guess I'll link that one here.
Just became a lot more steampunk.
Yes,
Roger's gonna end up.
None of these require attunement. These are all devices, so it uses technology. Okay, there was the shock drop boots. Where's something that was no attunement required. As a reaction, you can unlock the springs to reduce fall damage by 1d10 plus dex mod and damage. That costs 20 gold. It can be used once per short rest, is what it can do, though. Actually, wait, no, there's no cooldown. You can just do it on it as a reaction. There's always the spring, so you can reduce your fall damage by 1d10 plus Dex mod.
That's not bad.
But you have that's 20 gold to buy those. By the way, if you start doing this, you're gonna start looking like a clown a little bit with all these weird bells and whistles kind of.
That's when he comes back to Chauncey. He leaves Chauncey. Like
he's in his outfit.
He's coming back into
He's gonna come back. Yeah.
Do you want to buy some shock drop boots?
Okay, wait. What do they actually look like? That's the thing with the boot.
They are like they're kind of these like metal greaves that have these like this plate with these springs in between it, and when you're falling, you can trigger it where the springs kind of pop out for a momentary time, and it helps lower the impact a little bit for you. That's the design intent behind it. They kind of look like metal greaves, is what they look like. Mm-hmm. And there are some straps that kind of connect them like more heavily to your shins. There's not like the uncomfortable of like the leg twisting and breaking. So it does have to kind of strap to you a little bit. Just like the Assassin's Blade had to strap it's like to your forearm, right? Like these things kind of have to be like affixed to you in a capacity. They're a little clunky. Yeah, no. Okay, so no on that okay. One. Then there was the spring-loaded boots. These are no attunement required. As a bonus action, you can flip a switch on the boots to double the distance of your next jump you do within the next 6 seconds. That can be used, apparently, I don't have a cooldown on it, but that should be, these are springs, so they should require at least a short rest to recharge. So in this case, yeah, it would have to be a short rest to recharge it, so that would be 20 gold for those. Most of these are like 20 gold, right? And then the last one, the Screensaver 2000. What the hell? It's a backpack with springs on the back that if you're knocked prone, you can use your reaction to immediately bounce back up. The feature can be used once per long rest. I think I would change it once to short rest.
That's beautiful.
That's 25 gold for the Screensaver 2000. As you fall and you just bounce back up to your feet. Does use your action.
So stupid.
Most people wants to do it just for the shits and giggles.
Roderick the middleman.
He's got some. No, so if you want to, these are Roderick the artificer. He's about to stop being a warlock.
He's gonna be an artificer. Yeah. That's the lore.
Did you want any of these other items?
No, that's okay. He's gonna stop spending there for a little bit. Actually, what he would do is say, is Vispin?
Yeah, Vipspin. That's right.
Of
Clockworks. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. This is where I will finish my spending here. But before that, what are you drinking? Let me get you another one.
Oh, I'm just having some of this mead. So why'd you send me flying toasters? So you buy him an extra drink.
2000 is the name of the program that would back in like the 90s.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, no, that's okay.
Well, when you were doing springs and it's a toaster, and it's a screen series like
okay.
Flying toaster.
All right, so you buy him an extra drink. You can subtract 5 copper for that drink. It's not too expensive. And so yeah, you and him get a rapport. He tells you about the Grand Term in the Western States. You bought 2 of his items. That's actually, I mean, he's made 45 gold, right? So the time investment of having to create these things in the first place. But yeah, you've kind of helped get him. Oh, now I can stay here for a couple more days, maybe another couple more weeks before I head out. So that's good business. Yeah, well, I'll be keeping an eye on maybe some other additional clockworks. The stuff they teach you at Ellensburg can come in handy sometime, even if you don't graduate. You can be like me and get some good ingenuity experience to make some great changes to the world.
Yep, and if happen to run to me, name's Roger Greycrow again.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Greycrow, and you too, Thork. And let me know how that Big Bertha Perka actually works, as I never did some field testing, but I know on the wooden devices that I was using there was nothing left, so very curious about how that baby handles some impact, all right.
Yeah.
So then he kind of like probably talks your ear off about other random stuff for a period of time before you eventually, the two of you can slink away and, you probably head back to your room with Evelyn probably.
Yes.
All right.
Get ready for the spa. Get ready for my elbow, funny bone.
And then,
yes,
so
get ready for the spa.
let's see. Let's go ahead and focus on the spa. So, I mean, it's a spa. So, unless you guys want to have that spa scene that your guys are enjoying hot water without your shirts
later we're
on.
going to be going?
Totally like what is it? What is it when you hit each other with the towels? I forget the name of that now.
Like an onsen?
An onsen?
He's talking about when you like wind the
Onsen
towel up and you
socks?
smack someone in the ass with it when they go by. That's what I think he's talking
Isn't that
about.
just called a towel whip?
Yeah.
Slap ass. No.
Whatever you want to name it.
Ass snap.
So it's actually very nice. They made this like little wooden like atrium, and it's kind of got like some like plants. They're trying to make it like botanical, but it's not quite making that great just yet. But it's still really nice, and there's a nice aesthetic, and then there's nice steam, and then you're not sure how the water is warm, but it's coming up hot, so it feels good on the cold, achy sore, especially for the arthritis of the old man. He definitely feels very nice to soak up his body a bit. And then you guys have a nice evening where you then kind of, wind down. Now, I guess there was the opportunity for the adult entertainment. Did anyone want to even look at that?
Nope. I'm not taking a chance.
Yeah, so Roderick and Evelyn just go to their room.
Yeah. Was Lumi going?
Only because he didn't know what adult entertainment meant. So he'd probably just poke his head in and then turn around.
Yeah, so when you go past the purple curtain, you see that there's a couple tables here, and there's like some gambling at some of them, and then there's these like stage to the right, and there's some poles that are leaning up to the ceiling, and there's two people that are currently like dancing in a very seductive manner. One's a very well-built male without a shirt on. He's wearing like some tight pants, and he's like well oiled on his chest, and he's handsome. He's a relatively athletic and attractive male. And then there's also a female who's wearing kind of like Hooters gear, and she's kind of in the same kind of avenue. So there's two candidates for adult entertainment that are currently dancing. You see there's a couple people here that are also kind of like standing at the side that might be like bouncers or security, just to make sure no one gets handsy with the material. But also, while you're here, you see that the kitchen leads right into this room. And so you see like waiters come by with food or drinks. And there's a lot of movement in this back space. So yeah, there's basically your strip club right in the back of Rustic Meadows.
Nice.
What do you see in there, Lumi?
Awkwardly, you kind of just maybe step back.
I don't see much entertainment. I only two dancing people.
Am I familiar with any sort of establishments in the Undermountain, Laris?
I'm sure you're wise enough to know what a brothel is.
Yeah. Oh, I think I know what this kind of establishment is, Lumi. Oh, I don't know if you're looking for that sort of thing.
It's a very slow dance.
The woman winked at you, by the way, when she saw you. So I think she has like red hair, similar to yours.
A colleague looks in. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I thought I would see. Okay.
You kind of pull your head back out. All right, so each of you go to your respective rooms to kind of bunker down after your night of revelry. You are one day closer to Westwind, and you're at Rustic Meadows. And so, one by one, you each kind of get to your respective beds, either with people with you or not people within the same bed space as you. And night begins to claim you, and you each go to sleep. One by one, you each go to sleep.
Good night, Baldric.
Okay, hold on.
Good night, Lumi.
Are we rooming together?
Good night, Doma.
Oh, you mean we're going to sleep now? Oh, yes, yeah, I got it, yes. Oh, sleep well.
Find it. Sorry, I haven't looked at it in a while. It is.
Oh god, he does snore really bad. How did I not hear this before in the
All
wilderness? It's amplified when we're in this small room.
In the middle of the night, you are all woken up to a variety of weird dreams.
Oh no.
Doma, in your dream, Aniel's there. And Aniel is begging you to help her with a problem she's having. She's just really uncomfortable. Really uncomfortable. And she gets like overly close to you. And she's like kind of like rubbing her body against yours. And she's like, please help me. I need to release myself. Please, Doma, please. And she's like trying to make out with you. And whether you're agreeing with it or not, whether you're agreeing or not, this dream is pursuing this direction. And this is similar for every single person in the party. Whoever your respective love interest could have been, or your previous crush, or whomever, it's a dream that is very arousal oriented like that. And you're all tempted to delight yourself in certain trivialities that might not be part of your normal discipline. Now I need all of you to make wisdom saving throws.
Oh boy.
Rodder 2?
Yes.
Wait, how Lumi, how close are you sleeping? How close is the bed?
That's
Lumi's not within range of well, actually,
I'm on my.
why don't we figure out how close you guys are? Just give me a second.
Hey, you know what?
Let's figure out how close we are here. Let's get the battle map out. Hey!
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're prepared.
All right, so we have to put everyone in their respective spots. So how close is Doma and Lumi? We'll find out. So Roderick and Evelyn were in the suite bedroom here, and Colin Baldrick would probably be. Oh, I don't know. We'll put you guys.
You say wisdom?
Yeah, Colin Baldrick are gonna probably be sharing a bed, and then Thork probably went to his own respective room.
They didn't have like a double bed someplace,
and Doma's over there. So I think. That's where so no, Doma, you're not near anyone.
What do you mean?
And Doma, by the way, you're incapacitated. You're incapacitated, so you don't get your aura. In fact, because you're sleeping. So
convenient.
Is this a charm? Is this a charm?
So let me double check. I have to fucking find out.
Just a heads up for Lumi, who is pure of mind and sound of body. I rolled a 30 on my wisdom saving throw.
Okay, so it is a wisdom. It's a wisdom saving throw. Is what it happens to be.
What a fucking pure little bean over there.
I rolled an 8.
Okay, Evelyn. It is a charm effect. Yes.
Advantage. Let's go.
Oh, and Evelyn gets that too, I think.
So
yes.
Can I have like a call
history.
like assume a monk's stance, like
natural 20. Let's go.
And just end this effect.
No. When you get an action, not prior to the action.
Fair,
so if you
fair,
fail,
fair.
you don't get that option now.
Players, if you'll let me, I'll use a lucky on this.
It's a saving throw. Of course, you're allowed to use a lucky.
Okay, cool.
By the way, the long rest has not accomplished. So if you've been using you didn't do anything. You have all your resources. Well, I'm kidding.
Yeah. That's.
Oh, Lumi doesn't have his wild shapes. Those did not reach that yet. So. Well, no, it's been a short rest. You got a short rest. Lumi has his wild shapes.
I'm sleeping like a fucking baby.
Okay, so what we have here, so an 8 wisdom save, an 11 wisdom save. Petite's natural 20, 26 total, yeah. Okay. All right. So that would be... All right, so I'm going to go ahead and grab some tokens real quick. So, yes, there are some failures, unfortunately. So Baldrick's a failure. There's right there. It calls a failure. That's right there. And where is someone? There was a third failure. Oh yeah, that's Evelyn.
Well, right, start making out with each other.
Okay, and then that means that there's a pass on Doma. There's. Oh, I have to do Thor because he's not here.
No, he's here. Thork rolled a 7.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're way up there. So, you failed. Yeah, 100%. You failed too. Yeah, of course you did. You could Indomitable it, by the way, if you wanted to. Okay, nah. All right. So then, there's only 3 people passed. Okay. All right.
Party.
So as these dreams get into that line of mind, we would have the following. Roderick, you wake up. Doma, you wake up. Lumi, you wake up. and you guys somehow pull yourself out of that dream that was enticing you into forbidden pleasures. And instead, you hear screams coming from around you. Downstairs, there's blood-curdling murder happening, and you're startled awake, and you're immediately in a cold sweat, and you know something is very wrong. And that is why we'll be leaving tonight's episode.
You're gonna say that. Yep.
Oh, thank you for tuning in for episode 60 of Arkelya. And then tune in next week for episode 61. And remember, folks, live your life rustically. Don't trust the Dungeon Master. Good night!